Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello, my friends. Hello, my friends. Live from New York. It's Saturday. Woo! Today is Saturday, April 12th, 2025, and I am so happy that you have chosen to spend part of your Saturday night with me. You're not just going to spend part of your Saturday night with me or most of your Saturday night or however long it goes, because Nurse Kim is coming. She's coming. She's driving the mommy Uber for a little while, but Nurse Kim will be coming. I saw some people in the chat saying this would be such a great collaboration with Nurse Kim. And I thought, oh, if you only knew, she'll be here. She's going to be here. I can't believe we're doing this again. I can't believe that this trial's going to start again on Tuesday. And it's like, here we go again. It's like Groundhog Day, right? It's like Groundhog Day, the movie. Every day is a different day. It's the Upside Down, Inside Out, Narnia of Norfolk County Superior, courtroom of Judge Beverly Cannoni. Here we are again. Oh, there's distractors, hyperbole, and flummoxification. Did you know I shouted out your video? I loved it so much, and I linked it in my description. I hope you're okay with that. The video of the Colin Albert and Allie McCabe testimony, and it was sort of like I was narrating, and I loved it. Great job. Kudos to you. Yeah, it is unbelievable. So they've got 16 jurors, 8 women, 8 men. They're going back on Monday to try and pick some more alternates. I think last time, I don't know, there's conflicting reports. Did they start out with 18 last time? They're going to try for some more alternates, and then we're supposed to have opening statements on Tuesday. So I'm here for it. It's in the court docket. It's on the calendar for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think. I don't know that Friday is on the calendar. They want 20. Monday's maybe a holiday. I don't know what Patriots Day is, but it doesn't matter. The court's open because they're coming back Monday. Court is open. I don't know what Patriots Day is. Is that like a Boston thing? It's not a court holiday anyway. It's not a federal holiday. Courts usually close only on federal holidays. And so, it's Marathon Monday. Yeah, well, court's open. Court is open. So they're coming back on Monday, and tis what it is. How's everybody doing? KD, my husband literally said, is Melanie on tonight? I'm like, no, it's the weekend. And here you are. Dixons are watching. Hi, Dixons. No, I usually go live on the weekends. I usually do. I think one weekend I was in Vegas with Andrea Burkhart at the Dead shows. And so I took the weekend off, but normally I do. Normally I do go on the weekends. Also, last night I was on a show called AV to the Seventh Power. And it was so cool because she is a creator. She's also from Massachusetts, and she's been covering the YSL trial for, I think she said it was something like 178 days of trial. And so she really never got into Karen Reed. And so she and her subs are just getting into it now, her viewers. And so last night was so much fun because I sort of got to teach a lot of people about the Karen Reed trial that weren't so familiar with it. And it was really fun. Wasn't it fun? I know. Thank you guys for coming over. It was really fun. And if you did watch the YSL trial, Avi also did an interview. She had Ashley Merchant on her show, which was awesome. Because if you followed the Fonnie Willis stuff with me, boy, did we have some comedy gold during the Fonnie Willis stuff that we covered. Ashley Merchant was involved in that trial too. So it was a great interview that she did with Ashley Merchant. So if you're interested in that, go over to AV to the Seventh Power and check it out. And also check out the show that we did last night, which I thought was really fun. So I've been saying for a long time, as I've been screaming into a closet about the John O'Keefe murder and Karen Reed trial, that what stuck out to me the most about this case, being a civil litigator for decades, is that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And even though this is a criminal trial, this is really also an injury trial. It has to be. I've handled thousands of car accident cases, dog bite cases, in addition to my part about taking down the Catholic Church. As you know, did that too on behalf of victims and survivors, and also represented survivors in DV cases and harassment, sexual harassment, all kinds of cases like that. But civil litigation, always medical malpractice, products liability, mass casualty events, 9/11 cases, all of it. If you really think about it, this is an injury case. It's an injury case because if the injuries don't support the motor vehicle accident component of this, you can't convict her criminally. You can't. It's too much reasonable doubt. So it's sort of like a car accident case inside of a criminal case. And what I've been saying for so long, also screaming into a closet with all of you, is that Dr. Renee, hi, Dennis Sweeney. Hi. Oh, prom was great. Prom was great. Thank you. Dr. Renee Stonebridge is the Commonwealth expert who examined John O'Keefe's brain. And she's got all the answers. A lot of these witnesses are thinking they're the smartest person in the room. Dr. Renee Stonebridge really is the smartest person in the room. This woman is quadruple board certified. And she's a genius. She's a literal brain doctor. And when I went back to look at her testimony is only 25 minutes long. That's it. 25 minutes. And everything is in her testimony. It's all right there. So I want to watch her testimony with you. I have some other video pulled up. But litigators like myself who try civil cases and litigate civil cases and injury cases need to know a lot of medicine, especially medical malpractice. You need to know a lot of medicine, and you need to know how to analyze medical records and injuries. And you're like in the business of injuries. Peter Tragos is also an injury lawyer. And so it's so interesting to me because they've added Alessi to the team. And Alessi is a civil litigator, and his jam is experts. That's what he does. And so it's going to be a lot different this time around. Dr. Renee Stonebridge was not even cross-examined by the defense in the first trial. And it was a hugely missed opportunity, in my opinion. I thought I turned off this thing. Hang on a second. It was a miss. Hold on one sec. Because she had all the answers right there. All right, let us first go to the chat for a second while we wait for Kim to get here. We may just start, and then when she gets here, she gets here. No big whoop. Pure jealousy. Welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Shauna has been here for 11 months. 11 months. Thanks, Shauna. Happy Saturday to Cheryl. Cheryl's here. Scott Messerschmidt, my amazing moderators. Scott Messerschmidt is here. I saw Kel. I saw a little cupcake, I think, in chat. So I've got amazing moderators. They're the best. The Goodmans are the best, too. They've already gifted a membership. Mixed Chick became a new member. Welcome. Amy's been here for 8 months. Passed my LICSW exam from Massachusetts today. That's amazing. That's amazing. Congratulations. It is a good day. It's a good day, Amy. Congratulations. Thanks, Mixed Chit. Well, you're gonna tongue twist me already. Mixed Chick for becoming a member. And Strong Legs 1971 and Special Pro Sector Breenin. You know, I love a good typo. Cookie Harris has been here for 10 months, and cheers to us somehow going almost 2 years strong. I know. My channel will be 2 years old in, I think, June or July. Is that when I first started posting? My first series of videos was on the Kevin Costner divorce. You guys had me at Tin Cup. And that was all the way back, I think, in 2023, June or July. Kat Randall gifted a membership. Thank you, Kat. And GMS became a member. Welcome. And Amy Rose became a member. Welcome, or has been here for 5 months. And Amy's Positive Pathways is gifted, as has Carla Free Karen Reed. Aqua E is in Vegas. Hey, Aqua E, you're in Vegas like for fun, or you live in Vegas? If you're there for the Dead shows, I think they're this weekend. I hope you have an amazing time. Letter Rose by Bettero. It's been 15 months. You are an OG. Dr. Stonebridge holds all the pieces, right? All the pieces. I also saw a poll in the chat. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor. And if you'd like to sell your house and get the hell out of Boston, she is a South of Boston realtor. Call Kay Willis. She will help you sell your house. Thanks for gifting 5 memberships, Kay. Always a very kind and generous member of the channel, as is Kat Randall, who became a member again, probably renewing. I don't know. I saw you guys saying in chat, do you think that Alan Jackson should shave his beard for the retrial or keep it? It's too late. It's too late because they already started picking a jury. So he's already started bonding with the jury with his beard that he has. So it'd be weird if he shaved it off now, right? I was thinking that too, though, before jury selection started. I was thinking, is he going to shave it off? Is he going to keep it? Is it going to play better? Will it play better with a beard or without a beard? And, because I say all the time, a lot of times, it's terrible to say this, but a lot of times the jury is swayed more by the attorneys that they like better. It's just true. If an attorney is really boring and hard to follow, even if they have all the evidence on their side, it is oftentimes won by the better team. Sometimes we saw Kevin Reddington pull a rabbit out of a hat the other night on the Turk case, which was in the courtroom right next door to the Karen Reed trial. And he pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Dr. Turk was looking at murder one, and Kevin Reddington, who's an amazing attorney, no matter what you might think of him or his clients, he's also going to be representing Lindsay Clancy. He also represented Jennifer McCabe in the Rule 17 motions. He's an amazing lawyer. He pulled a rabbit out of a hat, and he got his client the lowest voluntary manslaughter charge. So he did a great job for his client, because I think the jury liked Reddington. I mean, I can't believe that they liked Dr. Turk, because I thought he was a POS, but that's just my opinion. I'm sticking to it. And I also think that the jury found perhaps the ADA in that case a little bit dry, or both ADAs a little bit dry, not so exciting to listen to or watch. They may have dropped the ball a little bit on their prosecution. And I mean, that is what it is, right? All right, let us go to Dr. Stonebridge's testimony, and shout out to, there's a channel out there called The Trial Channel, and The Trial Channel has broken down every witness's testimony into its own video. Shout out to the Trial Channel. They're already up to 15,000 subs. Good for them. They make it easy for us because they've clipped every single witness's testimony. And look, I made pink captions for you. And so it makes it easy if you want to go back and just watch somebody's testimony, like, I don't know, Trooper Paul, pick your favorite. You can go to Trial Channel and you can watch it without having to find it on Law and Crime, fast forward through all the breaks and all that nonsense. Because really, who's got time for that? Nobody. Who's got time for that? Nobody. All right. This is, you may remember, Dr. Renee Stonebridge came in with, full sleeve tattoos and a sleeveless top because it was wicked hot that day. And in fact, you'll see Judge Beverly Canoni remind her to please keep her voice up. Otherwise, she's going to have to turn off the air conditioning, and nobody needs that. 18 Wheels of Outrage is here. He's a trucker. He's angry. He gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you so much. And here's Kindergarten Cop is here as well. She interned by us. Yes, she did. No, she went to Stony Brook undergrad, I think, Scott. Let's see. We're going to get to her education because the first 10 minutes of this is basically her education. And I was really going to, sometimes I felt like I should slow her down because she speaks very quickly because she's part New Yorker, I think. And, oh, breaking news. Let's see. Dazed and confused actor, dead at 54. I don't know who this is. Nikki Cat. I don't know who this is, but the New York Post thinks it's important. So there's that. Nothing to see here. Hey, Melanie, I'm on time. Goes without saying, but love you and your mods. If Karen's parents or parent is on Commonwealth witnesses, can they be in court? Yes, they've been excluded from the sequestration order by stipulation. Both sides have agreed. Karen's parents and Karen's family and the O'Keefe family are allowed to stay in the courtroom the whole time. Great question. That was one of the things they have agreed on. Thank you, Carmel, for watching last night's show. And also thank you, Sooner Girl, for loving this channel. Even though you're a Sooner fan, maybe I'm a Buffs fan. I don't know. Rivals, go Buffs. Thank you for thanking me. And the Goodmans gifted 5 more memberships. How am I going to even keep up with you guys? And Wheels of Outrage, 5 memberships. And Denise is here for 17 months and loves her new merch. And that is awesome. Awesome, awesome. And is Dr. Russell's gasps wants to know, is there a strategic reason why Bev has not allowed or denied motions? Is she waiting to see how the trial goes? No, she's going to have to decide these motions before the trial starts. Is it strategic? No. Is it laziness? Maybe. Is it, you know, who knows? Far be it for me to try and get into her head. She needs to decide these motions and she needs to decide them quickly because each side needs to know what they need to prep. Okay. There's 150 witnesses on the witness list. So if it's Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi, and maybe Ms. Little examining some witnesses, that's like 50 witnesses each, or at least 40, because Elizabeth Little, remember, did not question many witnesses during the first trial. So I don't know how big her role is going to be with regard to examining witnesses during the second trial. But there are some motions that are still outstanding. We don't know. Do we know if the Alberts and McKays will be allowed back into court after testifying? Well, this is really interesting, change with me, AJ, because when I went to check the docket the other day, here's what I found. And this kind of quietly slipped by. So let me show you, because apparently it was ruled on, although I never saw the order on it or the decision, but it's just sort of notated in the court docket. So let me find it for you. Give me a second to pull up the docket. And, it's buffering and, mass courts is like exploding. Too many people are trying to get into it. Yeah, it's wicked slow. Wicked slow. You guys got some snow, huh? I mean, it was like 19 degrees here today, but you got some snow up there in the Massachusetts area, huh? Which is crazy. All right, come on, really, with the buffering? I'm on Ethernet, so it's not a Wi-Fi issue. It's a mass courts issue. What I found notated on the court file, I know you like receipts, but I can't show it to you right now. So if it ever pops up, I'll show it to you, is that those witnesses have to stay out before and after their testimony. But as soon as closings start, anybody can come in. That's what she said. So I guess the Alberts and McCabe's have to stay out before and after their testimony. But once closings begin, they are allowed to come back in if, they're invited in by the O'Keefe family, because there are only 10 seats for each side. So I just saw that as a notation in the file or in the court docket. It's kind of weird. Buff hands down. That's it. Buffs hands down. So that's the answer to that. Change me with AI. And apparently she decided that when nobody was looking, because I don't even know if that anybody else has talked about it. Although I was kind of locked into the Turk trial for the past however many days it was going on, 8 days. So there's that. We don't know about Garrett Wing. She hasn't decided on the Garrett Wing motion, who's my guy, my dog bite expert guy. We don't know about, what else are we waiting on? I mean, I think ARCA, she said that they can be voir dired right before their testimony, like the day before. So we still don't know if they're going to be allowed to testify, which is insane. We still don't know if Aiden is going to be sequestered, right? That's a motion that's outstanding. Whether he has to stay out of the courtroom. What's going to happen is she's probably going to drop the decisions tomorrow. So we'll be here. I mean, not tomorrow. Today's only Saturday. I don't know what day it is. Monday. We'll do jury selection on Monday. We'll watch what goes on in the courtroom, and then we will see if she has anything to say from the bench, and then we will listen to if any decisions drop during the day. They always wind up in my inbox, so we just cover them as they come in, and that's what we do. Motion to reconsider Easter. Did they make a motion to reconsider Easter? Blood alcohol content, whether or not that's coming in. Yeah, but here's the thing. All right, let me show you, because I'm going to show you the notations in the docket, because now it came up, but it's also frozen. Because why shouldn't it be? Okay, here we go. Let us take a look together. Well, you can't really read this, but so the Commonwealth made a motion to admit the testimony of this Carl Miyasako. He's substituting in for someone else who did DNA testing, and we have not had a chance to go over that motion yet. Whether or not that's going to be granted, I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't think it should be. I think that the witness should have to come in and testify, because it's the witness, I think, who did the DNA testing, right? From the crime lab. I can't remember which witness it is. The membership link is also in the body of the video. If you can't find it another way because you're on an iPhone, there's a link inside the show notes. But take a look at this. The Commonwealth made a motion for a larger screen in the courtroom. That was allowed. The motion was made on March 31st. It was allowed on the 8th. I don't know. That kind of slid by us. Then there was the records have been received from Unsolved Productions, which is the 5-part miniseries that was on Discovery ID. There's a thumb drive in the vault. It's been impounded. There's a, where is it? The defense made a motion requesting audio access for Karen Reed to have headphones, at defense table, so she wouldn't have to walk up for all the sidebars. That was denied. That was filed on 3/26, and it says that it was also filed on 3/26, the decision. And she says the defendant is entitled to be present at sidebar during impanelment and all stages of trial. No additional accommodations are necessary. So that was denied on March 31st. Interesting that she had no beef with Victoria George joining the defense team. She seems very, nice to her every time she says, "Good morning, Miss George." All right, where is that motion that we were just talking about? All right. Remember the secret motion, the secret hearing that we were talking about on March 20th when they were downstairs and they heard that this motion was going on because Brennan made a motion to get text messages between Aiden Carney and Karen Reed. And then all of a sudden the motion hearing was going on March 20th, and it was in front of Judge Sisitsky instead of Judge Canoni, which we're like, why is it in front of Judge Canoni? I'm still like, why is it in front of Judge Canoni? Why is it not in front of Judge Canoni? She's heard every other Rule 17 motion in this case. And apparently Karen and her team were sitting in the basement of the courthouse watching YouTube when they found out this hearing was going on without them. And they marched upstairs and they went in. And I have a little reel on my Instagram to the tune of when the Saints come marching in, because they came marching in, and if looks could kill, it was insane. Brennan's like, what are they doing here? They don't have the right to be heard. And the judge is like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Like the Californians on Saturday Night Live. And then turns out it was Karen's case that was being called. And then Brennan, was all confused, and he tried to do this whole thing ex parte. Well, look what they wrote in the notes here. And Clerk Jim was there, which was so weird because Sisitsky was there. And why was Clerk Jim there? The whole thing was so sketch. It was so shady. They were really trying to do this. And it says defendant is not in court. Intervener Aidan Carney present along with his attorney, Tim Bradle. Defendant enters while hearing is in progress, along with counsel Yannetti, Alessi, and Jackson. What were they trying to pull? This is also interesting because remember, defense made a motion to continue the trial date until on or after April 25th of 2025. The motion is denied without prejudice. The trial will begin with impanelment on April 1st as scheduled. If a jury is selected before April 28th, counsel may renew motion prior to the jury being sworn. You know what's so weird about that April 25th date is that is the date that SCOTUS is going to decide, or they're going to have a conference on Karen Reed's writ of certiorari to see whether or not they're going to even take up her case to SCOTUS same day, April 25th. So I thought that was interesting. And so I guess defense can renew their motion, because I don't know if a decision will be made on April 25th at that conference in front of the Supreme Court of the United States about whether or not they're going to hear her case or not. Aidan Carney also made a motion to quash his subpoena in the trial. I don't know that that's been decided yet. They've served him with the subpoena to testify, and he made a motion to quash. So that hasn't been decided. But as we scroll all the way back here in the docket, defendant made a motion in limine to prohibit the Norfolk District Attorney and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. Here's what she wrote. Look at this in the court docket. That was made on March 11th. This entire motion is based on a false premise. No one other than trial court security coordinates juror security. No one other than the court officers has any contact with jurors during the trial. To be clear, the Norfolk County DA's office, state police, and defense counsel and the media will have no contact with the trial jurors. She apparently decided that on March 19th of 2025. That slid in there. I don't know when that was entered into the docket. I mean, are all of these things just entered in there secretly and nobody has talked about it yet? Maybe. Defendant's motion in limine to allow evidence of lack of bias. That was denied on March 31st. Okay, that's the one about ARCA, about them letting the jurors know who hired ARCA. It says it was denied on March 31st, 2025. I guess it was just scribbled on the bottom of the motion. I haven't seen any of these yet. There was no order. Here, look. Commonwealth's motion in limine to admit results of defendant's blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital and resulting serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation after hearing it's allowed. It's been allowed, apparently. It's been allowed, dated March 21st of 2025. I mean, has anybody reported on this? Because to be honest, I was waiting for the decisions to come out. I was not scrolling all the way back in the docket to March 11th to figure this out. So apparently that's been allowed. The blood draw. Use of chalks has been allowed. Celebrate demonstration has been allowed. The motion in limine to preclude the references to and redact the manner of death contained on the death certificate was denied. Oh, and here you go. This is the Commonwealth's motion in limine for sequestration order and for relief from that order for family members of the victim. That was allowed. But wait, what about the witnesses? Defendant's motion to eliminate to exclude serum plasma ethanol conversion, blood ethanol concentration conversion, and corresponding retrograde extrapolation analysis. Maybe that one hasn't been ruled on yet. But then what is this one? See how confusing she is? Defendant's motion to eliminate for the view is allowed. Counsel need to work out details exactly how defendant will attend. So Karen's going to be able to go on the site view this time. She was not allowed to go last time. Oh, here. Defendant's motion to eliminate to exclude certain witnesses before and after testimony. That was docket number 562. So that was about the McCabe's and the Alberts being allowed in after their testimony. And she says, allowed, except those witnesses exempted by 576, which is family members. Witnesses are sequestrated. I thought it was sequestered, but whatever. Before and after testimony until the close of evidence. When testimony is concluded, the courtroom is open and no one is excluded, which means they can come and sit in for closings again. So it's unclear to me about the blood alcohol extrapolation. Yeah, it's just stacking the deck, right? A little bit. When did they make a motion to reconsider Easter? Hold on. Let me get all the way down to the bottom. I don't know if they did make one. I thought I said that they should make one or they could make one, but I don't know that they actually did make one unless anybody has anything different. No ruling on wing. Yeah, I don't know that they did not make a motion to reconsider Easter. I said it would be a good idea, but I don't know that they have done this so, unless anybody has an actual docket number for me. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Thank you on top of you, super sticker. And tomorrow's Mama She's birthday. Happy birthday, Mama She. We're so glad you're here and spending your birthday eve with us. Kitty, welcome. Shannon's here. I may have missed this, but were the hours of tape that the retired cop downloaded to his personal computer ever turned over? Thought there were so many hours and had to be downloaded to multiple drives. I thought that there were a lot of arguments about it, and so I don't know that we were ever notified of that in open court. And so whether or not it has actually been turned over, I don't know. I don't know that we would be notified unless it was talked about in open court. So if it hasn't been turned over, I'm sure they'll argue about it or make a big deal about it. But if it's just an exchange, I don't think we're going to know about it. So the answer is, who knows? Michael Pepper gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Michael Pepper. And thank you, Shannon, for your super chat. Pius Bev is here. What if the Commonwealth doesn't call Proctor? If defense has to call him, won't that be more difficult than on cross? Not really. He's not considered hostile until he displays hostile tendencies, but they would have to just direct examine him, and I'm sure that they're skilled enough to handle it. So I don't see it as a problem. Great question, though. God, my head is popping. Always enjoy listening. No, you're the best. Thank you for your 5. Late to the party, but so glad I caught you. So glad you caught me too. I'll allow it. Al dente. Do you remember Brian said he went to the police department in an adjacent room to listen to witnesses? Brian Albert said that, or Brian Higgins? You're going to have to be more specific, Al dente, when you're talking about the Bryans, because there's about 5 of them on the witness list. Jules Albright from Australia is here. How to remain sane throughout. In for the long haul. Going to need some fairy dust with Canoni. Yeah, I know. I feel you. I feel you, girl. Thank you on top for your super sticker, and also Jules for your super sticker, and Kim. I love Labradors. You think they did it to violate her bail? I don't know. People have surmised that. I'm not sure if that's true or not, Audrey, but I think that it is a bail condition that she has to show up at all hearings. However, she was in the building, so I don't know. I don't know that I can go that far with it, but that's what some people have surmised. Did Turk have headphones? No, he went to sidebar. He did not have headphones. And the Goodman skipped another membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The suite is here from New Zealand. I apologize for putting those comments on your video. I'm just so angry as I support these cases where I can accept the punishment. No, I'm not punishing you. I just, my comments, and I'll just explain what this is about. are not a place to come and complain about other creators. I just don't allow it. And so when you wrote that whole long thing and then you said, like, I'll be really upset if you delete this, I had to respond to you to make sure that you saw it, and then I deleted it. Because, if you want to complain about another creator, you should go to their channel and do it. So no apologies necessary, but that's the way we roll here. A desire for civil discourse. Thanks for the 10 on that ruling about access to the jury. What did her statement mean? Did it mean that she was ordering police to stay away, or did she ignore it so that they can tamper? No, she said that that's just not done. Sort of just the same way that she said, no, Fanning had nothing to do with the jury. He never even came into the building. He didn't do this. He didn't do that, as if it's fact. And so that's what she's saying. She's saying that, if I could find out what number it is, I'll read it to you again. But this is like, it makes me bleary-eyed, all of this writing. We're up to like something like 685 filings in this case. She basically said, if I could find it, I don't want to waste too much time here, but hang on a second. We're waiting for Kim anyway, kind of. All right. It was defendant's motion in limine to prohibit the Norfolk District Attorney and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. Here was the decision. This entire motion is based on a false premise. No one other than trial court security coordinates juror security. No one other than the court officers has any contact with jurors during the trial. To be clear, the Norfolk County DA's office, state police, and defense counsel and the media will have no contact with the trial jurors. So she says not only don't they, but they won't. And so that is it. That's what she said. That's her decision. What happens? All right, let's go back to Dr. Renee Stonebridge and listen to what she's got to say, because it's only 25 minutes long, and I'm going to stop it and talk about it just like I always do. So this is going to maybe trigger you and your PTSD a little bit, hearing the judge again. But here's Nancy. I found out her name is Nancy. Madam Court Reporter's name is Nancy. She's awesome. Haven't seen her. She hasn't been there for jury selection, I don't think. I don't know if she's going to be the court reporter again this trial. So there's that. I don't know if the car is allowed at the Fairview viewing. It doesn't say. Don't know. All right, here we go. Let me know that you can hear it.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Wait a second. Hold the phone. That's Margaret. The court clerk from the Turk trial. That's not Clerk Jim swearing her in. Was Jim sick that day? Hold on. I'm so interested. I need to know. This was like, what was the date here? This was on June 21st of 2024, day 28 of trial. And maybe Jim was sick that day. Huh. All right, moving on.
Thank you.
Hi.
Afternoon.
So once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your voice up. We want to keep our air conditioning on, so just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great.
That'd be great.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right.
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology.
Shout out SUNY Stony Brook.
And Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude.
Magna cum laude.
After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York.
Shout out to Winthrop in Mineola.
After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
Through Brown University. Need I say more? She is the smartest person in the room. She's so cool, isn't she? She's so cool. She's such a badass.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
Yeah, she's quadruple board certified. I don't know that I've ever seen a quadruple board certified witness, and she's not a hired gun. She works for the state of Massachusetts.
And if you could just explain to the jury a little bit about what does board certified mean?
Board certification means
Mark, we're not here to judge her tattoos. We're here to talk about her testimony. So I'm deleting your comment.
that every medical specialty has their own board. So, for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that you have to complete a certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies, and then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam, which, if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Now, if I could ask you just a couple, and your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is essentially the study of any sort of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
And now, starting with anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So, for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician. Anatomic pathology also consists of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells, and then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical?
Harry's mom, I agree. If she was my witness, I would have asked her to slow it down, and I would have asked her to also speak in terms that lay people, not, like dumb it down, like speak in terms that lay people can understand a little bit more. We watch a lot of expert witnesses on this channel when we're watching trials, and some of the best expert witnesses are the ones who can speak at a level that the jury can understand, right? She's just so smart that I think it's going over a lot of people's heads, and that's what I think the problem is, and that's why an effective cross-examination, well, we'll go through it as we get to her what she says, but we'll be able to bring out the meat of what, there's so much meat in her testimony, and it just wasn't parsed out.
Pathology, what does that mean?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross match and type you in case of a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology.
This is normal speed. What I'm gonna slow it down, right? This is crazy. So I'm gonna slow it down, but unfortunately it makes Lally really drone on pretty badly, but I'm gonna slow it down because it is important.
So anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate.
All right, just so you know. So now I'm just going to put it back on regular speed because, Lally's insufferable at that speed. I have no idea what that blue bag is on the windowsill, but it's annoying me too. I don't know if it's hers. Is it hers? If it's hers, then I'll allow it. But somebody else who just left it there, that's no good. It's in the frame. It's not good to be in the frame.
So we work on those types of cases plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of the neuropathology, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes, so my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis. So upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze.
So the brain is in a jar. Are you picking up what she's laying down? The medical examiner, who is Irini Scordi-Bello in this case, defers to her, defers to Dr. Stonebridge on all things brain. It goes into a jar, formalin, and it firms it up. And then she's going to get into the brain and dissect it. And this is so interesting. But I think it was completely lost.
So after the brain has been fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less, depending on circumstances. I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs, document any sort of abnormalities, and then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on looking at the histology. And then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Right. Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello is like, here, can you examine the brain to help with the cause and manner of death? Because I'm stumped here.
Now, as far as that formalin process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or any of those other things?
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
And
so the brain sits in a jar for at least 10 days, and then she gets to it and she cuts it open, and she's like super genius. This is like young Frankenstein-ish. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. An Abby normal brain, i.e. young Frankenstein, no shrinking violet. See, great minds. Exactly what I was thinking about.
again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we use is that any cases for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases may be just a difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really diagnose. And then sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases where the medical examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal, and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Now,
what was that other, there was another movie recently that I watched with my daughter. It was like freaky. I think it was Emma Stone, and it was like a girl who was in a body, and then they put a different brain in her body and made her like, tell me, it was like nominated for a bunch of Oscars. You guys know what I'm talking about? I think it was Emma Stone. I think she was nominated for an Oscar, and it was really creepy. And it was kind of like the same thing where they put a brain in her head and made her into a different person. It was weird.
with respect to the cases that you do see, at some point did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain belonging to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And who was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello.
And with respect to your analysis here, obviously you looked at the brain. What, if any, other sources of information did you review or did you look at in ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department. So when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case.
Poor Things. Yes, it was Poor Things with Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo, and it was creepy, right? Did you guys see that? Okay. I couldn't move on until I figured out the name of it. Thank you. Willem Dafoe was in it. Yeah, he was creepy too.
I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician. I had autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes. I also had the...
I want her notes. Can somebody please demand her notes? She's got a lot of notes. Did anybody ever demand her notes? Are her notes discoverable? I want to see her notes.
Inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by the medical examiner, and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar?
Here's what she didn't review. Scene photographs. I also have pulled up Irini Scordi-Bello's testimony, the medical examiner who did the autopsy, and I've got a lot of questions about her testimony too. She says she looked at scene photographs, which is interesting. Scene photographs of where John O'Keefe's body was. She didn't have them with her, but she looked at them. But Renee Stonebridge wasn't given any scene photographs, but she was given a police report. We want her notes.
Familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective, as far as injuries being acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that happened within a very short time frame. So when I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring from the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable, dependent on circumstances.
She's going to say that all of his injuries are acute. You can change the color of your closed captions by going here and then going in here, and then you can click for settings and you can change the color. See, I made them purple for you because I'm here to please. So you can do that somehow. It's in your settings on your own YouTube. Thanks for asking. Scott, just delete it. Just delete it. Thanks.
Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
And so from your analysis in this case, how did you characterize, in your opinion, from everything that you reviewed as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
The injuries I observed were acute injuries, meaning that they probably occurred minutes to hours.
Minutes to hours. So like
Now,
all of you people who are in the chat who are so distracted by her tattoos and her eyelashes and whatever, I mean, hopefully nobody's that judgmental and jury. But I mean, really, like, are we better than that? Or are we not better than that? Nurse Kim is coming. She just has to do some kid stuff until she gets here. Yeah, the movie is Poor Things. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
If I could turn your attention to your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything, did you find as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at...
What, if anything, did you find with regard to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
At all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage
Subarachnoid hemorrhage. Subarachnoid hemorrhage. Put a pin in that, okay?
Is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges.
It's a brain bleed. But the way that she explains it is so complicated because she's so smart that it gets lost. It's a brain bleed is what it is. That's what I would call it.
The
And then
leptomeninges
I would say, oh, so you mean a subarachnoid hemorrhage is what, somebody might call a brain bleed. And yeah, that is.
are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that was the first finding.
Right. So we know he didn't have an aneurysm. So what's the only other option for how he got the brain bleed? Trauma.
Can I stop you there just for a second? Of those taking notes and for our court reporter, could you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Yes. Subarachnoid is SUBARACHNOID. And leptomeninges,
test.
LEPTOMENINGES.
Agreed. I think that they should have a brain diagram. They should have her pointing at things. They should absolutely 100%, Lisa. I think the defense should do this on cross because the way she describes it, there absolutely needs to be a diagram, 100%.
You're welcome.
Now, with regard to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see during the course of your review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis, which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain, and it's kind of shaped like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically, if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of
And she didn't even need to go into the whole circle of Willis thing because she doesn't need to tell them how she got to that, really. She could have just said, I looked for evidence of an aneurysm and I did not see any evidence of an aneurysm, right? And cut to the chase on that because there's no need to get into the whole circle of Willis thing if it has nothing to do with what she did. I'm just Monday morning quarterbacking. But next time, if she was my witness, that's how I would have her explain it. But she's not. She's a Commonwealth witness.
Natural disease state that might have led to a rupture in one of these vessels. Also, sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, and if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes.
In the front of the brain. It's in the front of the brain. Are you picking up what she's laying down?
Obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And
see what I'm doing? See what I'm doing? See what happens if somebody hits you right there? That's your left temporal pole. Moving on.
Because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here, you have the temporal lobe right here, and then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between.
Okay, look where she's pointing. The lateral fissure is like your cheekbone. Imagine where you put your blush, ladies. Right on your cheekbone, right there. That's the lateral fissure. Got it? Picking up what she's laying down here. Okay, moving on.
The temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then
it's his left eye socket around his forehead, the temple, and the cheekbone, the fissure. Yes, you know, like if you were in a boxing match. Ding, 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 ding. Right, letter Rose by Bettero. Officer John O'Keefe was beaten to death. She is telling us. She is telling us she has all the answers right there.
There was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well, so on this side.
Right, also here on the
Now,
right
doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes, so the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brainstem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push.
Diane, that's your first warning. Really? That's your first warning.
And then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell on the side?
UNCI.
And with reference to this bilateral unci area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unci herniate, it can be subtle sometimes if it's
Actually, Strong Leg says, I think she's doing this from memory without notes, but I think she does have her report in front of her. She's smart, but yeah, she is telling the jury what happened in medical terms, 100%.
herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Right.
Now, if I
So
could
not
ask
only
you,
was there a hemorrhage in the brainstem, which is in the back of your head, but there's subarachnoid hemorrhages in the frontal part of your frontal lobe, the frontal poles, as she said, both temporal poles, right? And both in the fissure. Lateral fissure.
doctor, just be familiar with the term or medical term known as a contusion?
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
And are you also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny, almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in Mr. O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area.
Right, and listen to how many of them there were. Listen to how many there were.
And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain, and then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture, hence seeing the contusions, because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times with subarachnoid hemorrhage, because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in, it can spread. So it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
Right.
If I could turn your attention, Doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before.
She is on the witness list.
As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one? Or
Listen.
How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time.
There were so many punctate contusions to his brain that she could not even count them.
If it had been something like 1 or 2, 3, 4, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
So many.
And the number of those?
It didn't even serve a purpose to count them. That's how many there were. That's how brain damaged he was.
If any significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
Yep. That's how many blood vessels were bursting in his brain.
I think you talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now,
is that what she's saying? There's a diffuse subarachnoid hemorrhage?
With regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those onsi, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed, the blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Let's hope so. Let's hope they break it down
with regard to
piece by piece.
The totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, you be able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
Some type of trauma. The Commonwealth has hired an expert who's going to make the jury and you and everyone try and believe that it was caused by smacking his head on frozen ground. Let me ask you this. How many play hockey? Anybody play hockey? Anybody ever ski in the 80s and 90s without a helmet? Anybody ever like slide down an icy double black diamond and smack your head on the frozen ground on the East Coast? Did you split your head open and have multiple skull fractures? You see figure skaters all the time, thrown up in the air, do triple sow cows, whatever, sometimes land on your head. Have you ever seen them split their head open to that degree and have multiple skull fractures? And ice is pretty hard, I would submit to you, probably harder than the frozen ground. Anyone? Anyone?
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as the intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
If you could
Interventricular
please explain to the
hemorrhage.
jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So
He's like laughing through it. Can you explain to the jury what an interventricular hemorrhage means? I can barely pronounce it.
the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Trauma.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard...
Everyone hit the
to
like
your-
button or I'm going to have to turn off the air conditioning. You might have to close out of your chat if you're on your phone. Nurse Kim will be here soon.
findings. You mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
Right. And doctor, do you think that it was one impact or more than one impact, doctor? Isn't it indicative to you that it's more than one impact based on the fact that he had multiple skull fractures in multiple parts of his head and multiple brain bleeds in multiple areas of his brain? Does that indicate to you that it was one impact or more than one impact?
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
She's like, they can be. Yeah, they can be. And if you look at her facial expression, if you're not looking at your screen, come back. Because when she says, yeah, they can be, she's sort of, there's a little eye roll there. Tell me if you see it.
Brain findings.
Listen, watch.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes,
Going
they can
to the
be.
ground? Going to the ground.
Thank
You're
you,
right.
Doctor. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You're
That's it.
welcome.
No further questions. He stops right there. Dr. Stonebridge, isn't it true that these injuries that you observed while you were examining the brain of John O'Keefe, aren't these injuries that are commonly found in boxers? Aren't these injuries that are commonly found in MMA fighters? Aren't these injuries that would probably have occurred from more than one impact or blow to the head? Are these injuries that you would consistently see in a fight? They can be. But look at what happens next. He stops there, and then
Cross-examination.
No questions, thank you. You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are all set.
Thank you.
nope, you are all set. No questions. No questions. Huge opportunity missed. Lally never asked about his arm because this is a brain doctor, and so the arm would be irrelevant to this doctor. She examined his brain, which was kept in a jar for something like 10 days before she looked at it. Thank you, Carla. Free can't read for you super sticker. Dr. Russell says, thank you for going over motions. My ADHD mind means to find out. Then I see a Snickers bar or something floating by. Oh, look, something shiny. I know. I feel you, girl. I feel you. Highest Bev is Karen Reed's car allowed at the Fairview viewing? It does not say. It doesn't say. And so we are just supposed to guess. I guess we're just supposed to guess. Thanks, Dorothy, for your super sticker. Edward says her order and explanation begs the question, then how did Fanning know it was a juror? Yes, well, there should have been an evidentiary hearing, Edward, as I yelled about and screamed about during when my head was popping off and rolling down the street when she denied the motion to dismiss. She just said the juror misconduct didn't happen. That's what she said. There was no evidentiary hearing, but we will never know how Fanning knew that it was a juror because he heard from someone else who heard it from two friends, who heard it from two friends, who heard it from two other friends that she was at the American Legion Hall, allegedly, this juror talking about the fact that she was allegedly on the jury and that there may or may not have been a recording of it, which is a violation, as we know, of the Massachusetts wiretapping statute if there's audio. So I have a lot of questions. The questions would have been resolved had she had an evidentiary hearing, but since she did not, no big whoop, I guess, right? No big whoop, no prejudice, because you know what, everyone? Karen Reed gets another trial. She's going to get another trial, so there's no prejudice. I think Judge Cannoni knew that there was really nothing she could do about Victoria George joining the defense team. Yeah, I know, but I just expected some sort of like snide remark from her in my dreams, you know? And then thank you for your super chat. And despite the look on my face, you're still talking, says, in my dreams, Proctor would be cross-examined by a woman. Can you imagine? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I would love to do that. I would love for it to be me, and I would love to push his buttons. Just like I said, I would love to be examining or cross-examining Dr. Turk, because I would know how to press his buttons to the point where he'd be jumping out of the witness stand to choke me to death. And there you go. Case proven. And without any further ado, our girl is here. Kimmy.
Hello, lovies.
Kimmy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh my God, those glasses are to die for.
Oh, a little.
I feel so tall next to you.
Yeah. I'm a short queen right now. Look at
How are you,
poor
my love?
Mr. Nurse Kim. He was done with me for the last hour at my house.
Why? What had happened?
Technology.
Oh,
And, the typical that I got a hardwire, right? Because I have Wi-Fi connection issues.
yes.
And so we hardwired, and then I got this little, whatever, the boom.
Uh-huh.
I got the boom, couldn't figure out how to connect the Shure to the boom. And then he was absolutely ready to file if I didn't stop.
So your message is like, Mr. Kim is going to file for divorce. I'm like, what? No, don't worry. Don't come in. It's okay. No, that's what it was about. The technology issues.
Yeah,
How are you?
he's like, Kim, figure it out, and I can't do it, Mel. The other night was so embarrassing. I literally went off the grid, thought I was on mute, had about a 3.5 minute dissertation trying to come back to our humans. Couldn't do it. So yeah.
It happens.
Might have been my rock bottom though, Mel.
No, the only place to go from there is up, right?
Hey,
Look, the key to life
she's
is low
booming.
expectations, because if you have low expectations, everything's a win, right? And I think today's a
Amen.
full moon. I think it's a full moon. Is today the pink moon or is it tomorrow?
This feels very full moon-ish.
Yeah, I get
All
the full
vibes.
moon energy. Yeah, totally get it. All right, for those of you who are in the chat, for those out there in the chat who don't know who you are, but everyone knows who you are because it's Nurse Kim. Just tell everyone a little bit about your background and experience as an RN. Nurses are the best, by the way. Just so you know, the unsung heroes of everything.
Well, absolutely not. But I show up, and I have been a registered nurse in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for 12 years now. And 5 years before, I was an LPN, which my dad used to refer to me as a little pretty nurse. And I have worked in all different settings. When I was an LPN, I worked in long-term care on the acute care rehab floor. Then when I went back, got my RN, I went to inpatient at Lowell General, and then went to Holy Family Hospital in the Wound Healogic Center, and then did years of wound management for home care for about almost a decade with, kind of comorbidities we would deal with were medical patients and also mental health patients. And it was incredibly rewarding. And now I just am able to case manage from remotely currently. And then I still see patients on the weekends.
So you've had your share of traumatic brain injury patients, I would imagine,
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I don't know if you got to listen to the beginning of the stream, but what I was saying, this is a criminal case, but it's an injury case wrapped in a criminal case. This is really a motor vehicle accident case wrapped in a criminal case because the injuries are the crux of this case, right? So in order for the jury to find Karen Reed guilty, they have to believe that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And I got involved in this or, became so interested in it but for a lot of reasons, but one of which is because the injuries to me screamed out as not being caused by a car. And so we just watched the entire testimony of Dr. Renee Stonebridge, which I know you've done a million times. Thoughts? Oh, wait, you're in mute now. Hold on, you're muted. Oh, no.
It's still happening.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Thank you. Thank gosh you're here because that would have been far too long. It would have been 10 minutes before I noticed the chat.
I know. It happens
So,
to me too.
oh, no, and it's just 100% Mel. I recall going through, I was covering the Commonwealth v. Karen Reed 1.0 on TikTok, right? That's where
Mhm.
I had started. I didn't make my YouTube channel till after, the mistrial was declared in July, on July 1st. But when I remember vividly listening to Dr. Scordi-Bello's testimony and being like, okay, the pieces aren't fitting, but Renee Stonebridge, our green queen,
Mhm.
was the key.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling and like making actually a video afterwards where I could almost cry, hearing her in such an eloquent way that if you're not a medical professional, Mel, you're not seeing or understanding really
Mhm.
the catastrophic trauma to Officer John O'Keefe's brain that was clearly noted by Renee Stonebridge.
She had all the answers in her
She
hand
had
and she wasn't
all of it.
cross-examined. When they got up and said no questions, I was like, "What?
Yeah.
Like, how many blows to his head would cause this? Is this caused by one blow to the head, back of the head, or many could it have been caused by a baseball bat? Could it have been caused by a weight?" Just like they said to Irini Scordi-Bello, which we can watch a little bit if you want to. But somebody
Yeah.
else sent me this, which I found just I don't know if you've ever seen this before. This is a channel called The Expert, and there's a woman on here. Her name is
Oh,
Rubia.
Attorney Rubia,
Yes.
obsessed.
She's a medical malpractice defense attorney. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. This was from like 9 months ago. And so when I
Yes.
saw this, I'm like, I have to play this portion of her testimony because she defends doctors for a living. This is what she does. And she's got a great explanation. And so I want you guys to hear her explanation for this. All right, well, I'm going to have to keep the captions off because they're going to cover her face if I try and enlarge her face a little bit. All right. Her name is Rubia. Shout out to Rubia. She explains this in a way that makes it much easier to understand than Dr. Stonebridge. So listen to what Rubia has to say.
Self-control. So when you get
Oh man, I love
this
Rubia.
subarachnoid hemorrhage, this is severe bleeding. Where are we at? We're here, 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 and here. This is important. Here, 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 and here, along with multiple fractures on the front of the skull. What are the main signs of a subarachnoid hemorrhage? Headache. We don't know if you had a headache. Second one is vomiting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Caitlin?
On his pants.
Was there any signs of any vomit on this patient?
On
There
his
was
pants.
Kim, right?
Yes, on his boxers.
On his boxers, yeah.
He had
That-
Which
vomit.
would indicate that he was like throwing up while he was either sitting up or standing up, right?
Yep, there was no way that Officer John O'Keefe could have been in a supine or, laying on his back because then we would have had his vomitus would have been localized only right to his face,
Yep.
potentially his neck coming down and aspiration, but you never would have seen it in his on his clothes or in his boxes as he was.
Right. And he didn't aspirate because that would have been noted in the autopsy, right?
Correct.
That he would have had vomit or in his lungs, right? Okay.
And they suctioned too. And all of Nuttall had done, he got like a Yankauer and he had suctioned. They had about 50 cc's, I believe. But long story short was that wasn't a concern. Okay. And now listen, Rubia she really breaks it down.
never
on his pants.
explained. They never
explained it.
Nobody said anything.
They never
about
explained. Why does he have vomit
Wait.
on his pants? He has vomit on his
and
pants
nobody
because
said anything else.
he has a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and they're not explaining it. So we have them, you know, on the 4 points. We've got this intraventricular bleeding, which is, you know, it only occurs. It can happen with subarachnoid hemorrhage, but it only occurs by extreme trauma. Sometimes a medium trauma, but generally as an extreme trauma is what is going to cause that kind of the second kind of bleed, which remember, that's where it's going out of your ventricles and it's bleeding down. Your spinal fluid is going down and it's going down into the core of like the bottom of your brain. We call it the lizard brain because it's where you know to breathe, you know, to regulate your temperature, the things we
Autonomic
don't think
nervous
about
system.
that are just
Right. It just keeps you alive, right? All right.
Yes.
Yeah. If you want
Yep.
me to stop, just tell me. I'll stop anytime.
Yeah.
automatically happening. Your autonomic nervous system, automatic. So how does the subarachnoid hemorrhage happen? It can happen from a serious fall, and it can happen from a car accident.
So,
But then you
when
have
you were
to think
saying
about
this,
it. But this is where it's important. Where is it located? And how many times have y'all fallen down and hit your head?
Many.
I mean, my son's a skier.
Skiing?
No
He
more
said his head
monkeys
so many
jumping on the
dang times
bed.
it ain't even funny. Little kids, right?
There
They
it is.
fall down and they bump their heads. You know, no more monkeys jumping on the bed. We all know this, right?
You knew what was coming next.
So
I love her.
Me too. I couldn't find her. I was trying to find her to see if she would come on the show, but I don't know how to find her.
Well,
Anybody
listen,
has it-
do you
anybody's
know
a line to
Baker?
Rubia? Let me know. What? Oh, Baker knows her?
Do you know? Yes, because she was on Baker's show and I sent him a little private message several months ago. And I said, Baker, hello. I said, is there any way that we could have a show with Rubia? And he didn't answer me. But but I know that she does know him because she is nowhere. She is like a ghost. And
Right.
she doesn't want, like, you know, but her takes, Mel, are just really spot on, in my opinion. And her reasonable doubt spiel that she went into, I said, oh, I clutched my pearls and clenched my butt.
She is a traumatic brain TBI specialist.
Woo!
That is her specialty in the area of law and defending doctors. And this is what she says. She's tried cases in 43 states. She's been a lawyer for over 30 years, like me. And this is what she does. She lives in civil litigation, doctors that are being sued and other accident type cases. So that this is where a civil litigator comes in very handy when you're doing injury type work that you need to do in the trial, when you need to examine medical witnesses also and find out the cause of injuries.
you generally find, though, is that men his age don't get subarachnoid hemorrhages from falls. As we get older, all of these tissues get lesser and lighter. And Zach, I see you, and I already made fun of you, and you weren't here, and so you can't defend yourself. So just saying. And when you are old, it starts getting easier to get these kinds of things. So if they had called a neurosurgeon, what would the neurosurgeon have said? Because you know these pathologists are not that.
This is so interesting because now they are going to call a neurosurgeon in the Commonwealth. They're calling this Dr. Isaac Wolf, and he's going to say that he fractured his skull from falling on frozen ground.
Yeah, well, that's incorrect in my humble opinion. And Rubia will say that is incorrect also. Right. And also here's the thing is that we don't have the luxury when you're doing a postmortem and you're having to reevaluate, you're evaluating with your team, you know, discussing actions of when you were doing a code or what happened in crisis, right?
Right.
You're not sitting there and saying, well, let's call down neuro, right? And let's ask them that what could have, should have, would have. You don't Monday morning quarterback like that in medical team experiences, in my experience and training. How we do it is, what were we given at the time, and what was the information in which the team moved forward to provide the resuscitative event that they did, right? And they used everything in their toolbox at the time. This neurosurgeon, right, would have treated Officer John O'Keefe living, not
Yeah, he's a
not
brain
in
surgeon, right?
exactly. So to me, it's wild that the Commonwealth is going this way. They would have also no ground to stand on, not frozen, not murder ground, not any ground, in order to make or to opine anything in Officer John O'Keefe's status that happened upon his transport, and then him being treated by who? Justin Rice at Good Samaritan before he was pronounced at 7:50 a.m.
Mm-hmm. And he was not a great witness.
No, he didn't remember anything.
No, he
Call
really
the
didn't.
nurses. And I was waiting because the nurses were on the witness list.
Mm-hmm.
Where were I want the nurses who treated Karen, the nurses who treated Officer John
Right.
O'Keefe, because they'll know, babe. Okay?
And they always keep better notes than the doctors do.
do.
Always. Shout out to the nurses in the chat. Also, they're going to have, and I think they want, because we haven't seen Dr. Wolf, WOLF, as not to be confused with Wolf with an E, the Crash Daddy Wolf. This is Dr. Isaac Wolf. He's a brain surgeon who treats brain tumors. That's what he does. We looked at his CV that we could find online. We don't know what his report says, but I do remember Brennan one time in open court yelling about how Karen Reed could have saved his life if she would have called 911, because we have a doctor who's going to come in and say that he could have been saved had he had prompt medical treatment. So I can't wait to hear his opinion on that. And I can't wait for Alessi Scissorhands to get in there and slice him to death on cross.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else Rubia has to say.
Not great. They're great to set the barriers, but all they're going to say is it was everywhere. It was here, it was here, it was here. They're going to throw out fancy names, but they're not doctors that treat it. They're not mechanism doctors. And that's typically not who we would,
Who's she
go
talking about?
in.
Neurosurgeon.
So
Yeah,
now we're
neurosurgeons,
going
right.
to get into coup and contra coup.
Your favorite,
And
Kim.
this is
I
the
love
answer as to what happened to John O'Keefe. Contra coup
Yes,
is a
queen.
moving head that hits a stationary object. So car, right? You get hit by a car, your head's moving, and it can hit a curb, it can hit the ground, it could hit, a fire hydrant, it could hit other things. Contra coup comes from the French word of counterpunch, boom, boom. And the reason for that is that your head is moving really, 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 really fast. And you've got that wave of movement. And then it hits a stationary object. So bam, it hits it. That force where it goes back makes your brain reverberate backwards, which is why it's called a contra coup, because it contra back, but only in the exact location it was hit.
I'm sorry. Pause that right there.
Now
Sorry
think about that for a minute. Only. Okay, and I love Rubia. I know she's going to say it, but I can't help myself. I got to get it out.
Go, say it.
So she is telling us, right? I know that Brennan has actually mentioned counter coup in his in open court as well.
Didn't he mispronounce it though? Didn't he say
counter coup?
Counter coup. That's what he did. He said coop counter coup.
Yep, like a chicken coop. That's what he was thinking. And that made my eye twitch. But I will say this: the genius that is, Rubia, but also medical professionals. And I know that Hank Brennan, unfortunately, isn't one, right? He's a lawyer. He does the best job he can, allegedly, with what he has. And he has got now this new expert who's going to say that it's a counter coup injury. Well, it's not, babe. Want to know why? Because Ruby is going to tell you that when you are struck, and we know that Officer John O'Keefe had a 2.5-inch laceration to the right occiput of his cranium, which would equal the occipital region of his brain. The counter coup can only affect the exact opposite pole, because your brain is going front and back So how do you explain your temporal pulse? You
Right.
can't.
No, and the
Oh,
fissure. How do you explain the fissure on the left side?
you're never gonna do it.
Lateral
And also,
fissure.
we found something in our pocket for the Commonwealth. Oops, I'm sorry. There it is. That is so that's sneaky. It's sneaky. It's fresh. I don't like it. I don't like when we're taking a situation with Officer John O'Keefe's life. We have a Boston police officer, and if anything else, I will tell you this. Adam Lally was making the donuts every day, right?
It really
And
was.
he was really just chugging along. And when I see Hank Brennan and his number 2 pencils get up to that podium, it is disrespectful, in my opinion, seeing the tactics and to see really a tennis match that is
Yeah.
not based in fact. Now you're presenting, in my opinion, Mel,
Yep.
this is going to be totally different than what was presented in 1.0.
Right.
And you
I
should have had all the facts, and they should have to stay the same when you've
Mhm.
already tried this.
Right. They should. I called Lally the one-man band. Like he was playing a harmonica in his mouth. He had the accordion in his hands. He had cymbals in between his knees. He had like those a horn under his armpit, and he was like doing it every day. The guy did all the witnesses. Nobody else ever picked up a witness. Like as much as I thought Lally was, lollygagging and lolliflopping all
Yes.
over the place, he was not mean. He didn't seem evil
No.
spirited. He didn't seem like he was playing dirty. He was like,
No.
he drew the short straw and he had to try the case, and he just got there every day with his book bag and he did what he had to do, right? With his backpack on, like sitting there like Gru and Despicable Me with like the humpback and like the whole thing.
I
This
know.
Brennan is playing dirty. I mean, the way
Mm.
he held that hearing last week without them being there, no notice, no opportunity to
Oh.
be heard. That was a violation of her due process. My head was popping off. It already rolled down the street. This guy has gotten up, like you said, in open court. He's waving things around. He's lying his face off. And then he pretends that he was just mistaken. And, he's going to correct the record. He didn't correct the record. He's just like, oh, do you object to Mr. Betterow being admitted pro hoc VJ? No, I don't, Your Honor. But I just have a few
Right.
thoughts that I'd like to share.
Right. Right. Right.
And then she says, okay, well, I'm going to have to consider his thoughts. And then we're like, okay, how many times have you told the defense team that unless it's in writing, you're not going to consider it? It feels dirty. Like every time I want to take a shower, like when he's done it, I feel like I need a shower.
Yeah,
What's
and
wrong?
I feel like so many people just would like an even playing field, right? Like that is it. That's all you ask for. And in my opinion, it is seeing Judge Cannoni, even with an inherent lean, right, towards your prosecutors that you work with or that you've built relationships with. I mean, she is so far from calling balls and strikes anymore,
Right? Oh,
Mel,
yeah.
to me, that
Yeah.
like I am just there's nothing that shocks me, and there's nothing that I don't think that she would accommodate for the Commonwealth. Like it is just full mask off, and it is like, this is what I'm doing in my courtroom, and you all can just sit there and
And
take
it's in
it.
your face. Now it's in your face. Now it's like the world
Yeah.
is watching and it's still even more in your face. And it's just, I thought maybe she'd take a step back and everybody would take a step back because now so many more people are watching this trial the
Yeah.
second time around. And it's not. It's even more blatant. I mean, you look at like Dr. Russell being denied, and it's like, well, this was a close call. This was a close call. This woman is more experienced than Dr. Stonebridge just because she's got more years on her. But are you kidding me? And then you just allow in Crosby, who we don't even know what he's an expert in. This guy, he's
No
like
idea.
he's like a dog psychiatrist, but he's not even a psychiatrist because he's not a medical doctor. He has a degree in something
He's
that Dr.
talking.
Russell's never heard of.
Yeah, he probably talks to Keno. I should send him to, Keno to him because he works in a factory. Just kidding. If you know me, you know me. But I talk to my dog when I'm done work and I say, oh, you've had a rough day, honey. I like project. So there's things that I'm,
Aw.
abnormal. But he's happy and healthy and lovey, and Jeff, his manager, doesn't give him time off. So anywho, this is just, it's so out of the realm of what we believe and put our trust and faith in our judicial system. And Judge Cannoni, like you said, Mel, has not taken that time to take a breath, right? And
No.
to step back and say, I need to collect my thoughts, gather myself, and figure out how I'm going to move forward in the best interest to what? do justice. That's it.
No, it's all about a fair trial for the Commonwealth, Kim. Haven't you heard?
Oh,
They've changed the Constitution in Massachusetts. Now it's about a fair trial for the Commonwealth, not for the defendant. It's all about the Commonwealth.
unreal.
Let's let Rubia talk a little more, and then we can talk
Yes.
more too.
The exact location it was hit. What the CW is telling you is that there's a
CW.
mark right here. And then it went ping. It doesn't work that way. It can't
Oh.
work that way. It is impossible to work that way.
Thank
You
you.
can't
Thank you,
get
Queen.
hit from here and have it go out to your temporal lobes. The force doesn't go that way. A body motion there, it goes straight back the way.
Equal and
that it
opposite
went in.
reaction.
There
Equal
is
and opposite
no
reactions.
evidence of a contra coup. It is always the
Look at that.
opposite side. So what is a coup injury, which is what I believe he had?
Oh.
It is where you have a moving object that hits a
Stroke
stationary head.
Hits the ground.
Where are the damages?
Right there.
On the brain where you were hit.
Oh.
Where was he hit? Boom, boom. Hits you right here, right hook over here, left hook over here. It is classic injuries from a fight. This is what you get when you are beat to death. What else do neurologists say? That if you have a rotational acceleration, that is going to be what causes vascular damage. Remember what's vascular? Your blood vessels.
Yep.
We have our vascular system with all our blood vessels. So what is a rotational blow to the head? It's when you get hit to the side of the head or under the chin.
Oh.
Those are the hits that tend to cause blood vessels just exploding. In
Yes.
other words, they were carrying your blood and now they're open. You have a patient who has vast diffuse bleeding throughout his brain that is severe. I had gotten one thing wrong when I was on.
There were so many punctate contusions, she couldn't even count them. She couldn't even count them. There were so many. There was such a diffuse brain bleed that she couldn't even, that's how much force was required. People are saying she should testify. She's an attorney, actually. She's not a witness. She's not an expert witness, but she's an attorney who does this all day, every day. She would be the person cross-examining these witnesses because that's how much she knows about this.
I mean, her knowledge is so top tier. Like,
Yeah.
Mel, when she's saying this, I go, when I had initially heard it, I said, oh my gosh, I was trying to say that. But she said it so, like, I was like, I didn't say it like that. Oh my God.
I felt so validated. And when I found this, somebody sent this to me 9 months ago. I've been planning the show for 9 months. I just never got around to it. And I'm like, I have to find that. And it took me hours to find this video again, like in my email. And that's why you got to play it, because she can say this so much better than I could even put into words. And I think people can understand what she's got to say about it so much better. But when she says it, doesn't it validate everything you were thinking? And she says it in a way that a jury could understand. And I think in a way that Alessi is going to be able to cross-examine Dr. Stonebridge and get that out of her in a way that jury can
100%.
understand. Because Renee Stonebridge is so wicked smart, right? That
The smartest and the prettiest.
she's way above the level of the speaking. When you're an expert, you kind of have to dumb it down a little bit and kind of have to get the jury to understand it in a way that they can understand it, because that's going to go over everybody's head.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what happened. And I couldn't believe they just had no questions for her. But this opportunity, she's got all the answers right here. Dr. Stonebridge she just has to be asked the right questions.
Yeah, no, or a question. Do you know what I mean?
She's not going to lie. Right.
Like, just ask a question. And we come on, we can do it. I actually did have I had 4 pages of notes and questions that I was this, go, because I know that there is a fear, or not a fear. It's like, you just don't know if you don't know what you don't know. And I know that everyone on the team is so incredibly, so smart, so educated, but Bob Alessi is the king of methodology, of knowing all of, I mean, he basically is a king of all medical and legal items, in my opinion. And seeing him, I know that he will be able to break this down, and I think that Dr. Stonebridge will be able to say without a shadow of a doubt
Mhm.
that yes, it could have been from a fall, but a fall from multiple stories, right? This isn't
Right.
from a 6'2" standing Officer John O'Keefe to alleged murder ground.
Right.
No, no.
A traumatic brain injury, the cases that I've had involving traumatic brain injuries were guys who were doing roofing and fell off a roof
Yeah.
without the proper equipment. They didn't have a
Yeah.
harness. They didn't have falling off a roof onto your head will cause a traumatic brain injury like
Of
this.
course.
Not falling onto frozen ground.
No. No, because think of all of us, right,
After the
babes? When
pirouette.
you're looking, think of all of us. How many times have we taken a header, gone ass over tea kettle when you're out fucking oh, I'm so
Right.
sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no,
When you're
not at all. Oh, how about falling on ice? How about
when
ice
you're
skaters that are
falling.
getting
Yes.
thrown up into the air doing the triple sow cow and landing on their head?
100%.
Skiing without a helmet back in the whatever years those were on the East Coast, smacking your head on the icy ground. I
Yeah.
mean, and where would the blood go? How much blood would come from that injury?
From Officer John O'Keefe's?
Yeah.
From the 2.5. Okay, so here's the
Yeah.
thing, right, babes? I want you to go back in the hands of time.
Mhm.
Your head it is a squirter, okay? Your head is so visceral, right? And it's
Mhm.
viscous. It has so much blood supply that you would assume that his body, I don't know the exact quantity, but a
Yeah.
ton,
I've
okay?
heard
A ton.
maybe like a soda can full. Like that's a lot of blood,
Yeah,
right?
that is a lot. That is a lot of blood, and I would say that it wouldn't stop, right? I'm not saying that it would be a blood that would be because arterial wise, right? It's not going to be pumping, but it
Right.
is going to be like a sieve,
Mhm.
constant flow,
Mhm.
okay? And like even if you think back to the olden days, right? When your mother used to have dark wood furniture and your brother might have been 6 years older than you jumping on a bed and he cracked his head on the side of a bureau, right?
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, I mean, and it's the smallest laceration above his eyebrow, but it bled for 45 minutes and needed 2 stitches. Do you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
your head is going to just produce an unbelievable amount of blood. You'll think you have none left if you're
Right.
not used to seeing, you're like, "Holy goodness gracious, I'm bleeding to death right now," right?
Right. And I've seen people in the chat who are saying, yeah, somebody had a TBI from a car accident, and that can happen
Oh.
too. It depends on if you're wearing a seatbelt. If you're not wearing a seatbelt and you're in a major car accident at very high speed and your head goes through the windshield, yeah, you're going to have a TBI. If it smashes into the window next to you, if you're ejected from the car, but being hit at 24 miles an hour on your elbow and then doing a pirouette, and it's the same as if you were falling onto the ground, it's not going to happen. You see basketball players, somebody said, yeah, these guys who are 7 feet tall getting slammed, 10 feet, and then they're landing on their head. It's not causing a traumatic brain injury, but
Right, and what we always say, babes, is what you have to remember is the bill of sale that the Commonwealth is trying to sell you, right?
yeah,
This is not that Officer John O'Keefe took a direct hit to the dome, right, to the cranium
yeah,
by Karen Reed's vehicle that therefore ergo sent him flying with inertia, okay,
mhm,
and going in the direction, and then he hit the let's say, I don't even know, the fire hydrant, right? That's not
mhm.
the theory.
No,
The
it's not the
theory
theory.
is
They
that
can't change it now.
he was struck somehow at 24.2 miles an hour in reverse. Within less than 5 seconds, Karen managed to do that,
Yep.
and he took the entire hit, the only
Full
hit,
force of the vehicle.
full force to his right upper extremity. He
Yeah,
didn't take any to his limbs because there was no bruising, so they've never alleged that. There was
right.
not a break, not a scratch, not a bruise, not a nothing
Yep.
to anywhere. So they told us that he was struck and fatally wounded
Mhm.
by a biting taillight that
And no
shattered.
fractures to the arm. No,
Nope.
no, his arm wasn't shattered. And think about this, right?
Oh.
It's like this part of his arm, right? So he'd have to be backwards, I guess. He'd have to be walking away from the car with his arm up in the air like this, hit by that right rear tail light, because that's the only way his right outer arm would have been affected, and his upper arm. And then all of a sudden the tail light explodes into 47 pieces on impact, into little bite-shaped pieces. And then all at the same time causes the injuries to his arm, which doesn't fracture at all, not a broken bone on him.
Right.
And then somehow he's thrown, but again, if he's okay, so if it's hitting him and he's facing backwards, he's walking away from the car, it hits him. He must have to do like a full-on pirouette, like and then he lands somehow on his back. But we don't know, because we listened to Jen McCabe's 911 call again the other day, and she said, we just flipped him over and he got out of the car a couple of hours ago, and I don't know. I think he's dead.
Yeah. Before
no
she had
sense.
gone over to see him.
They're
Melanie.
trying to what? Oh yeah. Did she ever even go over to his body? I don't know that she did.
Allegedly that when Sarah was pulling up, she was over in that area, but that was after the 911 call. So how did you say, I think he's dead, before you had even gone to take a gander?
Yeah. How long has he been there? Do you know? She's like, I don't know, a couple of hours. He got out of the car and I think he's dead. You better come quick. I think he's dead.
Never once, though, mentioning that he is a friend, that your brother, he's at your brother-in-law's house, Brian Albert, Boston police officer, and that Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, is found on the lawn. She did say his name when I listened to it, like halfway through, but that was just giving demographics. And it was just, that was uncomfortable. And hearing also Kerry's call, that when we've been told to believe that Karen called Kerry at 5 o'clock in the morning, right at 5 o'clock, because we see from data, where's the data points? There it is. Then Kerry said she called local hospitals and then followed up with Canton PD. Well, when you called Canton PD at 5:04, just literally 4 minutes after you had this conversation with Karen Reed, it's very, very interesting that you're very comfortable with Sergeant Good and you tell him that they were all out partying. You don't think it's that big of a deal. She doesn't seem very worried, very uncomfortable that they're at they went to a blizzard party afterwards. Oh.
And then Good says, unfortunately, I was working. I couldn't make it, or something like that.
Yeah, I wasn't there. Yeah, I was here. But the most striking to me, that if you've had that comfort or you felt that way, you don't think that I would have said, oh my gosh, listen to me. His girlfriend just called me and she said she thinks he's friggin' dead. Right?
Right.
Even if you didn't believe it.
Yep.
Even if you didn't believe it, you were talking about a blizzard party. So you had some level of comfort with the Canton police call. And yet you didn't mention the one thing that in your testimony is damaging to Karen, in my opinion.
She called and said, John's dead, and hung up.
John's dead and
hung up the phone.
Yeah. But you didn't tell Canton PD? That doesn't sit right with me, Melanie.
No, me neither. Because she didn't say that when she called her. She did not say that. Let's just,
call us
people forget things, I guess. It was more than 2 years since the event. Of course, they had to make a timeline. Her and her bestie, Jen McCabe, had to make a timeline. Because, apparently somebody told them to make a timeline. So they remember everything. And they only met each other once before this event, before the murder of John O'Keefe. Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe met once when they went to Reebok to buy those sneakers, right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, the next day, they're together going to Lank's house. Let's let Rubia play it out, because we could.
Sorry.
Later. Okay, sorry. I know.
On Broken Baker's thing, and there was a cranial surgeon who wrote back in and said this is a coup contra coup, because there is a bit of a contra coup. I do believe he fell on something and caused that abrasion that you're in. But the comment that was made was, this man was hit multiple blows. So now think of, you're in a car and you get clipped. If you got hit by a car that was going 60 miles an hour,
there you go,
and you got hit dead on, it is more likely that you could have numerous parts of the brain that would be hit with enough force. But just like anything that we throw, right? You throw it real hard and it strikes that first one. And then what does it do? It's less force and less force and less force. My complaint of Alan Jackson's team is that they didn't have an expert to explain that there is no way you can cause this much damage to the brain from getting clipped sideways at 24 miles an hour. Because if you get clipped sideways, you could run backwards and hit your head with enough force on like the fire hydrant, but it wouldn't cause the damage that was had because the damage was all over the face. And if you think about, if you ever got in fights, the cut to the eye, how many times have we seen that in boxing? It happens all the time, right?
First
The
injury,
multiple little
typically.
fractures. You know, the boxers get these little fractures all over their heads, and it builds the bones up stronger. When I'm studying in Kung Fu, we hit things repeatedly to make your bones, their tiny little fissures, to make it
She does
stronger.
Kung Fu,
The last
too.
one I forgot to say is
She's a
that there's
badass,
a
too.
fissure line in between your temporal lobe
Yes.
and your frontal lobe. And on the left side, I'm doing the wrong side. On the left side, there is a fissure that comes all the way down there. He was beat to death. And I think that they were so interested in selling the movie, the whole thing, that they didn't go down and get those details. And they wanted the experts that were not retained by them, but then they had no control over the documents, and it opened up a little bit of a door. I would have used those experts every day of the week and twice on Sunday, and I have used those experts. They are good. They are very well known. They are solid.
All right. I don't know what expert she's talking about. So anyway, she goes on to criticize the defense team, and I'm going to link the whole video below. But I just thought it would be so interesting to listen to an attorney who does this all day, every day in 43 states. Who is Rubia? She's a medical malpractice defense attorney who has tried cases in 43 states over the course of 30 years. And this is what she does. She defends doctors, and she's a traumatic brain injury specialist. And so many people are like, how do I find Rubia? And the answer is, we don't
You
know.
don't.
She's a mystery. You can't find her. You can't find her. She was on this channel. Somebody sent me this video a long time ago. I've been meaning to play it for a long time. And now that we're getting ready to gear up for the rematch here, I thought, what better time to revisit Rubia's opinion and Renee Stonebridge's testimony until, then now. Now is the time. Now is the time. We wish we could find Rubia too. So if somebody said that you do know Rubia, if you can reach out to her and have her call me.
Oh, please.
I looked on LinkedIn. I was like, how many Rubias could there be? Guess what? A lot. There's a lot of Rubias. Maybe that's not even her real name. I don't know. But apparently she used to be like a chatter in some people's chats, like when she said she was recovering from I don't even know what. And that's how they called her, and she went on this show called The Experts. Hi, Suzanne. Thanks for becoming a member. Let's see if we have some questions for you, Kimmy. Nothing to see here. The O'Keefes may rethink what they did at trial 1.0, having those people come in. Defense need, the O'Keefes aren't having anybody come in. It's not up to the O'Keefes, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. Defense needs to hammer home McCabe being on a family member's lawn. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, Big Brian Albert was a member of the Fugitive Task Force team, right? Or whatever. And when I was on a show last night, AV to the Seventh Power, she's, first of all, amazing. She's amazing. She's a young girl. She's like probably your age, but she's from the Boston area. She lived in Canton on Washington Street at one point. She went to law school in the Boston area, and she still lives in Massachusetts. And she was reminded, she said, when he was on Boston's Finest, it was a really big deal. Like everyone knew who he was. Like people recognized him in town. And she said, I'll never forget that episode where he was boxing. And I was like, what? Did you ever see that? Did you see an episode of Brian Albert boxing in Boston's Finest? Tell me about it. Oh, you muted. You muted again.
Thank you. Thank you, darling. I don't even know how I touched that.
You know what it is?
Don't
Do you have
touch.
this Shure microphone where you press?
Yes.
And then you unpress that? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it wasn't red though. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. It's underneath. I can't find its home. Okay. So I did see though, it was such a big deal. I remember and we have to remember it was Mark Wahlberg and
Right.
Donnie who produced this show, Big Doings, longtime hometown heroes.
Uh-huh.
So he there was this episode where he goes and he's training the guys, right? It's Eddie Hernandez and all like whoever else was on the friggin' team. No
Was that
shit.
the one he sucker punched?
I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
He sucker punched him, and he's on the witness list. Heriberto Hernandez. That's going to be my favorite witness.
Mm-hmm. And he was, well, there's a lot of scuttlebutt about other things with poor Eddie too. But long story short was that he's doing the training and it's big bad Brian A taping up his hands and in a ring boxing. And I mean, this man can throw hands and fast. Granted, he does look like a little bit of a bloated, bald Mr. Rogers now, right? Like when he goes to this, I go, who is this?
Isn't that by design? Come on. It's by design.
I know, but I want every picture of him with his middle finger giving the Canton salute and a scally cap on, okay?
Yep.
Because that's really you down at the hillside, pal. But I digress. It was, this was in what, 2013 or 2015? I don't know. Don't quote me, but it might have been the show.
We got to find
right?
it. We got to find this episode.
Yeah, I'll send you the clip, babe. I can get it for you on the Twitter.
Yeah,
I'll save the video and send it right to you.
Mm-hmm. We got to play it because
Yeah.
I've got an article up here because we like our receipts. This is an article from 1996. It's in a medical journal. It's called "Acute Subdural Hematoma Caused by Professional Boxing."
Oh.
And it says here that a knockout in boxing entails deliberate production of the state of unconsciousness. Acute subdural hematoma, which is the most common acute brain injury in boxing, accounts for 75% of all acute brain injuries and is the leading cause of boxing fatalities. How do you like that? I mean, what happened to Enrique Delgado Garcia and why have we heard nothing about it?
Shameful.
Why have we heard nothing about that?
I have no idea.
How long is it? It's been, I don't even know how long.
Like,
Thank you, Canadian Gooner.
Yeah, I think it's been, the last time that there was an update, I believe it was at like 123 days, and that was over a month or two ago. So horrible.
It's been a long time. Audrey, thanks for the 10. Jesus spoke in parables. I apply that to my practice. Audrey's a doctor as well. She would benefit from that, but most pathologists don't have to explain things to living patients. I know. And I don't know how many times she's testified. Listen, she's wicked smart, and I think she has all the answers. I just think she needs to be crossed in a way that people can understand what she's saying. Kelly, thank you. We always enjoy having you here, so thank you so much. Says thanks for taking the job. Dr. Russell's gasps. I hated they didn't cross and ask about could multiple head blows cause the
Yes.
Key question, right?
Yeah.
And she's not gonna lie.
No.
Of course she's gonna have to say, of course it could. She's an employee of the state of Massachusetts.
I know. But I feel like it's so terrifying to me to see. And I actually wanted to say that I am even more after seeing the Canton Police Department audit, Melanie, that I am so thankful that although Dr. Scordi-Bello put in those lines that there's no signs of altercation or fight, but that she walked it back in her testimony, I will forever be so impressed by her ability to hold the line on the undetermined manner of death designation, because which I did not know, babe, and I know most of the stuff about medical records and our death certificates, that Mass State Police, because the OCME, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, is an extension, an arm, if you will, of MSP, that they usually, under most circumstances, the police are determining the manner of death.
And she didn't budge. I have her testimony queued up. Let's get through some of these questions and then we're going to watch that because it's interesting. It's very long. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I have certain points queued up.
Love it.
Hank Marcy Canoni says the fact that she purposely didn't cover her tattoos on the stand was so badass. She is that confident in herself and her knowledge. 100% respect. Yes. But based on some of the comments I saw flying by, and based on some of the judgment that people were passing on her about her eyelashes and tattoos, if she was my witness, I might say, could you wear sleeves? Could you come in an outfit with sleeves on? Because unfortunately, like some of the people in the chat couldn't get past it. Maybe some of the people in the jury won't get past it either. I'm like Aquarius. I'm the least judgmental person you will ever meet. But unfortunately, not everybody is like me or us or we. So,
Yeah.
right? It's unfortunate, but
Yeah,
yeah,
people
people
were
thought it was
taken
cool.
aback, and they
But it's
thought that,
unfortunate. You know,
yeah.
I saw some comments flying by like her eyelashes are distracting me. I mean, come on, really? Like, but that's how people think, and that's how the jury thinks, and you have to think about how they think. And you see the way certain people on Twitter have been tearing apart Karen's outfits for the
Mm,
entire trial, or her skirts are too short. It's not appropriate for court. Who are you,
right.
the judge of what's appropriate for court? Like, come
Yeah.
on, get a grip
Or
on
if she
yourself.
wears things that are too nice, how dare
Too
she wear
expensive. Yeah.
something too expensive?
Mhm.
If she looked like a frump, they would say
Tiny.
she's too frumpy. And like, God, can't she just clean herself up? You cannot win because you want to know why, Melanie?
Because
We're
women
not
hate other women.
cupcakes. All
We're not
right.
cupcakes. We're not cupcakes. No, we're
Oh,
not
I'm sorry.
cupcakes.
I might
We're
be a cupcake in this chat, but I'll tell you this, everybody can't love us, right? There are going to be people that inherently hate you no matter what you do.
mhm.
So what I think is just do you, boo, and her quadruple board certification should be enough for all of you to sit back and shut your trap gently. I mean
Mhm.
that with love.
I mean, I wish that people wouldn't think that way, but I mean, based on I usually have very nice people in my chat, so I was surprised to see that. So I guess you have to
Mm.
take that. This is the mirror jury, right? And you have to kind of
Yes.
take that into consideration. Sadly, you have to because people are very judgmental. What the duck? Thanks. Can she elaborate on whether the Lexus punched him before
Oh,
or after it hit him? Well done.
thank
Well
you. Thank
done. And
you.
here's Dr. Jen N. This is due to a contracute injury that refers to bruising or bleeding on the brain's surface, specifically opposite the point of
Ooh.
initial impact.
Thank you,
Right?
Dr. Jen.
Exactly, which means it wouldn't happen here. If you were hit
Amen.
here, it would just bounce here, not out. Thanks, Doc
Perfect.
Jen. Appreciate you. Bias Bev became a new member. Woo woo.
Yay.
The usernames in here are always amazing, and people change them
Incredible.
like every day. Cyber Chicken Boston is here. How will we ever survive trial number 2? Well, we're gonna do it. We're here. We're here for it. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna do it together. We will survive. We will get
We will.
by, just like the Grateful Dead say.
We'll do a care
We will
plan,
get
Cyber
by.
Chick. Come to my house. We'll do a care plan, babe. Okay. We'll have our like coping mechanisms on standby
You,
for 2.0.
you know, it's a good coping here's just one that I'll toss out. Have a little
Yeah.
cup of ice next to you. When you feel like you're having anxiety, grab an ice cube and hold the ice cube in your hand to the point where you're concentrating on how cold your hand is instead of all of the things that are giving you anxiety. It works. It really does.
I love that.
I've done it with my kids. Thanks, bloviating Breenan, for being here. I smacked my head on packed snow and only had a slight concussion, right? And people are saying, I mean, I remember Liam Neeson's wife, Natasha Richardson. She did have a skiing accident. She did die of a brain bleed of some sort. Sonny Bono
Yeah. Oh,
also.
Sonny Bono.
Yeah, but it's not that often. How many more people smack their heads every single day than actually die of a brain bleed? Sham Wow. Do you remember the Sham Wow? I remember the
Oh
Sham
my
Wow.
gosh. I love the ShamWow. And I love ShamWow him.
Right, he's great. He's from Canada. He says, "I love everything she said. Why would anybody dress like that for court? It's obviously deliberate." Love you, Melanie. Don't throw a cupcake at me. No, that's okay. That you are the mirror jury, and I'm saying, if she was my witness, I might say, "Could you please wear a shirt with sleeves?" But it was wicked hot that day, and unfortunately, some people can't see past it, and so therefore, they won't pay attention to her testimony. And what would be important to me if she was my witness was that people are paying attention to her testimony. And there's that. Thank you, Lala, for
Yeah.
thinking I'm the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. Strong leg is here. Melanie knows how to dig and wear.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah. Val's here. I'm wondering why the people are not picketing the Supreme Court because of the misconduct overreach in both the Reed case, also the Turtle Boy case integrity. I don't know why people are not picketing the Supreme Court. You mean the Karen Reed supporters? You mean going down to Washington, D.C.? I'm not sure. But I don't know. Maybe they will have a standout. You never know what's going to happen around here. Every day is a new day. Thank you for your super chat. No Shrinking Violet says, Melanie, you're quick and wicked smart. Nothing gets past you. If I'm ever in trouble, I want you to defend me. Nope, I won't do it. I'm retired. I'm
Oh,
retired, but I love you anyway. Pinky swear. Thank you. Thanks, Blair, for your super sticker. Nurse Kim is here. That's fun. Thanks,
oh,
Romy.
I love Romy with cheese.
We love Romy. Blair says, is true nurse in true Nurse Kim fashion. I forgot the words in my first super chat. Well, so she gives me another 10. Thank you. Rumor has it that Auntie Bev is in New Orleans. Should I go on a field trip? I don't know anything about that.
Oh,
I don't know
I
that.
don't either.
I would not. I would say do not stalk the judge. That would be my
Yeah, yeah,
advice
let's
to you.
yeah.
I don't give legal advice, but I'm just going to say as a friend, don't stalk the judge. Val says law student here. Oh, that's amazing. I'm glad I finally got to see a live chat. If you could contact me, I'd like to speak to you when you have time. I don't call people. I just don't. But if you want to write me an email, my email is in the show notes. I read them all. I can't respond to them all, but we do have a lot of law students that watch the show, and so that is great. I will teach you how to be a very excellent trial lawyer if that is what you want to do. It's what we learn here. That's what we break it down. Hoslong to the harbor says, my free Karen Reed Cancun hoodie arrived. Oh, that's awesome. So soft and that isn't, aren't they great? Do you have the zip up one? Because that's Bella and Camus, and I love that too. Much love to you. Free Karen Reed, free Turtle Boy. Bella Brat is here. Oh my God, Kim, totally right. Holy moly. Never thought of that coup, contra coup. Love you two together. We do too, don't we? We do.
Yes,
We love you.
of
We love
course
each
we
other.
do. Oh my gosh, I
We love each
love
other so much.
thank you for having me over your house. I can't even handle it.
I know, it's so exciting. Well, we got to meet in person, which a lot of
Yep.
people don't know about, but we did meet in person, and it
Wow.
was just like so
Instant.
exciting. And Jimmy, we met Jimmy. Auntie Deb was
Oh.
there, and it was so fun. We had so much fun.
We
Audrey,
did.
Dr. Audrey says, in my opinion, he had both a coup and a contra coup injuries. He was punched and fell to the ground and pound, right? Ground
Yeah.
and pound. Multiple blows could be. Rebecca says, I'm so glad that Karen has a backing behind her. I never in my life seen a trial with so much corruption. I don't understand why she wasn't acquitted. Yeah. Because here's the thing, and here's why I think it might be another hung jury, God forbid, but I really think this is that you see how people are so dug in on either side of this, right?
Mhm.
People who feel like Karen Reed is guilty and should be stoned to death before they hang her in town square are never going to change their mind, no matter what evidence you give them. And same with people who don't believe John O'Keefe was hit by a car, because that's really what the two sides are. John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. Karen Reed is innocent. Or I hate Karen Reed. I hate Turtle Boy. Therefore, Karen is guilty. Like that's
Right.
that's what you're looking at.
That's it.
And I just think that people, you can't change someone's mind. How are they going to find 12 people that have never heard about this or have formed an opinion about it in the exact county where it happened and has been going on for 3 years and a half? I don't think you can.
You know what's like, you know what I am hopeful
Thanks,
for,
darling.
though, Mel, is that I'm hopeful that with the I don't know, with the explanation of law, right? It's not about your personal opinion, although we do
Mhm.
bring all of, our life experience, and that is allowed. However, if it was explained, in my humble opinion,
Mhm.
those jury instructions, I don't know how anyone could get to a guilty vote on any of the 3 accounts.
Mhm. But remember the
Just,
note that they sent
I'm
out,
just
and it was like,
hopeful.
we without compromising our personal values, we would not be able to ever come to a decision. And that's kind of what it is. It's like their
Yeah.
personal, their personal core values. I forget the way it was worded, but it was weird.
Yes,
It
it
was
was
almost like
core values.
ChatGPT. It's like ChatGPT wrote that note, in my opinion, maybe. Maybe it was scripted in such a way to align with some of the case law on the subject. There were some
Oh,
phrases in there that may have come from, I don't know. Penelope Jones says, my son was blown up on a bridge in Iraq and had a TBI from a 30-foot fall back to the ground. He had a believe God bless him and thank him
I'm
for his
so
service. And
sorry.
I hope he's made a good recovery. And it can be a long road from a TBI, right? I mean, it can change someone's whole personality.
Everything.
Sorry about that, Penelope, but thank you for your super chat. Lorelei Ann, how do we get the defense to see this? My theory day one. I'm sure they have seen it. So
Yeah.
anything that we have access to, they have access to, and they've been scrubbing this stuff. And this is that video that we showed of Rubia, that's like 9 months old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Thank
Absolutely.
you, Brandy, for loving this channel because we love you even more. Katie Mwalam is here. A horse bit me on the front of my head and I was squirting blood like a fountain. I must have thought I needed
Oh,
stitches, but I didn't even need any. This is why I don't do horseback riding. I don't know about you, but I am
I
like,
love horse. I'm a horse girl. Jimmy makes fun.
oh, you got muted again. You know what it is? You know why you keep muting yourself? Because
I'm
you keep
touching it.
touching that part of the mic. You
I'm
keep
touching it. I'm
You're
sorry.
touching the
Okay, I'm
center.
only
That's the
touching the
mute
top.
button. The part that lights up is the mute button.
I know, but listen, Mel, I know I've had it for 3
Teaching
months
you.
now. Still can't do it.
I love you.
But I am a horse girl.
I love you.
I'm a
I
horse
don't want to.
girl. I love them. And
You-
I have never been bit on the front of my head by a horse. But one time I got a good old, I was trying to clean a hoof and I got a good kick. And that stunk and it was very bad. So, but would recommend 10 out of 10. Horses look into my soul. I could cry when I meet one, I'm like, oh, I know you. This is like Uncle Charlie. He came back and
Really?
now he's in a stable and I want to be his best friend. Yeah, it's insane. They're so magical to me. Their eyeballs, like they've lived so many lives, I believe. I don't know.
How long do horses live?
I think about 30 years.
Wow. I was the kid who always got on the horse at summer camp, that we would go trail riding, and my horse would always find its way like into the water, into the lake, and I couldn't control it. I'm like, I have PTSD from that, and I never ever want to do that again. I just have no interest in trying to
I knew
control
you
a
were a
thing that's
free
that much
spirit.
better than me. Then I'm like, no, I'm not no Lady Godiva for me. I'm not riding bareback naked on a horse. No,
Oh.
I can't control it. I have no interest in it. Anthony Peterson, any idea when car lens was gathered to sabotage the scene? Well, at some point between the time they cleared the scene at 8 a.m. and they took possession of the car at around 4:15, but they lied. They lied on their search warrant, Anthony, and said that they seized that car at 5:30, but we know they seized it at 4:15. And then they brought it to the Sally Port and they showed us some inverted video of somebody maybe poking around that back tail light. And who knows? Because 47 pieces magically revealed themselves in the weeks coming. So we don't know, but
Do you
interesting.
know what I found in the Canton Police Department audit? I did something with Proctor's testimony on whatever day this week, and I found that he said on the stand in 1.0 that they got back to the Canton Police Department Sally Port at 5:31, and we know that they didn't drive Karen's Lexus until 5:36. Okay, it's literally seared in our brains. So what were you doing with 5 entire minutes? He said it on the stand, and for him to pick 5:31, I know it wasn't 5:30. He
Well, I
knew
know what they
exactly
were
what
doing.
time.
You know what they were doing? Because remember when they pull the car in, there's the snow outline.
Oh,
They pulled it in once and then they pulled it out and then they pulled it back in. That's what they did because all the snow fell off the car. It was right there. The whole reason they brought it to Canton Sallyport was because it was heated. Remember? So there
yeah.
wouldn't be snow on the. They, I mean, this is just, I can't even believe. Thank you, Anthony. That's what I thought, that I recognized you from yesterday's chat. So thanks for coming on in. Yeah, that was a really fun time with AV. Yeah. I mean, all of these little things, and Proctor's going to be the one to watch. That's going to be must see TV day.
Oh,
Now he is former disgraced Trooper Proctor. And now that Judge Kim Jong-Kanone has put in her court order that Proctor is the reason that all of that Sally Port video went missing. He's the guy who took it and hid it in a drawer or something, put it in a file and didn't turn it over. That's like a finding of fact now because it's in her order. And where's Courtney and Elizabeth now?
Oh.
Why are they not talking to the press now? What's their statement about the family statement on how Judge Kanone threw Michael Proctor under the bus about she says he's the whole reason that Sally Port video wasn't turned over. She's blaming him. What do they have to say now? Is any reporter going to go knock on their door now? Where's that reporter that went to their house and took that statement on the couch? Where's that reporter? Why is he not knocking on the door? I have questions. But they're both on the witness list, so maybe somebody will ask them on the stand because that'll be great. Must see TV too. Alessi's Beautiful Mind says, I fell off a 7-foot wall at Six Flags, passed out from low blood sugar, dead weight, hit concrete, broke one wrist. And the doctor said my brain moved forward from impact. It hit and caused brain contusion. Wow.
Yeah.
See? But you fell 7 feet and you broke your wrist. You didn't scrape your knuckles.
Yeah.
I hope you're okay.
Oh. Yeah, poor thing.
Arctic Fox, what if Karen said John is dead in anger? Like when she finds him, she's going to kill him because she thinks he's cheating. John's dead.
Dead
Oh, yeah, like
meat.
he's a dead man. He's a dead
Yeah.
man. Yeah, he's a dead man. When I find him, he's a dead man. That's
Dead.
great.
When I get his ass, yes, absolutely.
He's dead. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
I like it. I like it. I'll allow it. Canadian Gooner, for the taillight to disarm, he would have had to be bending over. Standing, it would hit him lower. Well, yeah, there would be some marks to his body, right? And there were no
It
marks
had
to
to
his
be.
body.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Jen, some authors define a contra coup brain injury using a location greater than 90 degrees from the site of the coup impact, suggesting that many contra coup lesions are not exactly opposite the side of the coup impact.
Okay,
Can you
but
decipher that for me?
yeah, so she's saying that if anything, a location greater than 90
Greater than 90
degrees from
degrees. So
the
you'd have
side.
to be like bent forward and then fall backwards.
No, she's saying on your brain. So the 90
Oh.
degrees from the site of that impact in the brain, that 90 degrees of the opposite side would be affected. So therefore, ergo, it may not be exact pinpoint, but that's wrong. It can't be bilaterally temporal, right?
Right.
Like you're
Right.
not going to be able to get 90 degrees from the initial impact of his right occiput, right? Like it can't be, okay, so from the right occiput, everything in his frontal brain was impacted. No.
Right.
But yes, she's right. She is absolutely right for per definition, and could somebody say, but a majority would say that you're looking at something that does not, it's not just kind of inconceivable there, it's impossible, right? Like for the entirety to be affected the way that it was in Officer John O'Keefe's brain.
Right. Thanks, Dr. Jen. Bay Harbor Beauty. How can Commonwealth say he was hit and had a laceration on the back of his head? But Jen says he was flipped over. He was found on his stomach, never brought it up in number one. I don't know. Some people are saying that, they flipped him over, like they tried to, like, on his side. I don't really know. She's going to have to be questioned about that because I don't think she was even questioned about it.
She was,
why
and
did
she said he was on his back, and so did Kerry. So I
Did
don't
anybody
know.
did anybody cross her and say, why did you say in the 911 call that they just flipped him over? Because I have questions
No,
about
no
that.
one asked because no one asked.
Thank you, Mama She. It's Mama She's birthday tomorrow. Happy
Mama
birthday,
She.
Eve. Thank you for being here. Oh, I love your snarks. Another Melanie. It's Melanie Schuyler. We have a lot of Melanies in the chat. And there were at least a lot of nurses in the chat, too. I saw like 5 or 6. Thanks, Melanie.
Obsessed.
Midnight Mike says, 2 beautiful minds. Thanks for what you do. And we love Midnight Mike.
Midnight
Mike is
Mike.
it's like Mr. Generosity. This is After Dark with Melly and Kimmy. This is what it is, After
And
Dark.
his full moon. I'm appreciating Midnight Mike's full moon because we're in full moon effect, babe.
It's the pink moon tonight. It is the pink full moon.
Free
Which,
Karen
if you go to
Reed moon.
Instagram, you can find out Free Karen Reed. It's the Free Karen Reed pink moon.
It is,
Wait,
babe.
did anybody even think about that? That's
I just
a sign.
did right now.
It is a sign. You said it. It's the Free Karen Reed pink moon. Trial's supposed to start on Tuesday. What's the
Let's
Magic 8 Ball
go.
say? Let's see what the Magic 8 Ball says about that. Ask it a question, Kimmy. Ask the Magic 8
We're
Ball
gonna
question.
Wait, will we get an acquittal in retrial for Free Karen Reed 2.0?
Cannot predict now.
Oh.
I guess we're going to have to wait and see when the testimony begins, but that's what it said. I can't lie about the Magic 8 Ball because I
No,
might
you
go to
can't.
hell, you know?
No, absolute
Catholic
sacrilegious.
religion is kind of strict.
Well, but listen,
Thank you.
I like the Magic 8 Ball for keeping it real, okay? And
does.
that your magic, you're keeping it real. I can't tell you that today, Kim. Maybe Tuesday I'll have a better idea.
That's what I called Officer Saraf, by the way. I called him Wimpy. Like, I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Doesn't he look just like Officer Saraf? So you guys, when Saraf is on the stand, we're like, I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Polly Pocket's Power Trip is here. Didn't you start the Polly Pocket craze?
Yes, I did. Well, because she's so short. She's so tiny, Melanie. Because it was the first time I went to court was in March of 2025. And when I saw her, when I saw Judge Beverly Canoni come from her chambers to sit up at her, at her bench,
Her throne.
I left my body. She's 5 foot on a good day. Okay.
Stop.
Yes. And she
I didn't realize I was there.
She wore, Mel, like, and I say this and I mean this with all love and due respect, but she wore, like, the old, like, witch shoes, right? That were a nod, in my opinion, to her ancestors from 1692 in Salem. I said, she needed a platform witch shoe. And then she gets up and she has like a tiny, in my brain, behind her bench, she has a stepping stool. She is so tiny.
And like, you're not the tallest person either. So if you,
I'm 5'5".
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm 5'7". I'm 5'8". Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
And Polly Pocket's Power Trip is awaiting her 19th VP shunt.
Oh.
Right. I'm like, okay, best of luck to you.
Wow. Oh, lovey. Well,
All the
good
healing
luck.
vibes.
And when is it? Yes, we are sending you all of our. I'm thinking vice president. I don't know what I was just thinking there. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a shunt of some sort. I'm not. You're the medical person.
No. I was just saying, like, when I clapped, I was like, oh yes, but no, we're waiting for that. Yes,
all the
that's
healing
just,
vibes.
Yeah,
the Goodmans love us both. We love you too.
Love you, the Goodmans.
Love Kaylee. Hi, Kaylee. Norman Corey. VCH data shows Karen was not driving. It takes a few minutes to unchain a car off a flatbed. Speak from experience. Are you talking about the key cycle stuff? VCH data. I don't know what the VCH vehicle.
Shows
Hi,
Karen.
Sherilyn. Thank you for your cash app, Sherilyn. Love you.
Karen was not
And Bethany,
driving.
thank you.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't know either. It takes a few minutes to unchain off a car off a flatbed. So so you're saying 5:31 they get there, and then it could take 5 minutes to unchain it, and then they drive into the Sally Port. So Norman
Oh,
says it could be correct. I think the timing. Thank you, Norman. Michael
well, all
Pepper.
I'm just saying, no, that's so smart and pretty, but also that's more time that it's unaccounted for where Proctor and Buchanan were, right?
Right. Right. And really, like, does it have to be the exact taillight from the exact car? Could it have been a piece of taillight from any car that originally was sprinkled there? Because, there was a lot of shuffling going on with those envelopes and no chain of custody or logs of what piece was found when, by who, and where, and no photos, and don't even know who was on the scene. There's no log of who was on the scene. And why was the CERT team even called? They're supposed to look
So
for missing
weird.
people. Like crime scene services is supposed to collect evidence because we watched the Turk trial. We know that. So, yeah. A lot of sus. A lot of sus going on. Michael Pepper,
Mm.
Melanie and Kim together. What a treat. Thank you for making an amazing Saturday night. Oh, this is a fun way to spend our Saturday, Kimmy. Live from New
Absolutely.
York. It's Saturday night. Thank you, Michael and Yvette in Texas. I noticed a lot of people, a lot of couples on date night watch us, which I love that. Love
I
that
love
for
you.
us
I'm
being able to
dating you,
entertain the
okay?
people. I look at us on a Saturday night, keeping it real. Studio, Susu Studio, Susu Studio, wasn't that a song? From Australia,
Absolutely.
back in the car, out then back in, also explains why Buchanan is driving Karen Reed's car into the Sally Port in that video. Yep. I assume the tow driver would have driven it off the tow truck and parked it initially. I don't think they would have let him drive it because it's evidence, right? Would they have
Yeah.
let the tow truck driver drive it off? Maybe he unchains it and I don't know. I'm not a tow truck driver, but I get what you're saying. And maybe you're right. Maybe the tow truck driver packed it off and then somebody else drove it in. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah. Couldn't tell.
Carol, Officer John O'Keefe's core body temperature was 80, not possible if he was outside for 5 hours. I have
Amen.
questions about that. Can you tell us about that, Kimmy?
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
core temperature was 80 when they brought him in, right? Or when he was pronounced, it was 80?
Yeah, it's
Tell
when he
us.
got to Good Sam, right? So
Mhm.
I don't know exactly what time he arrived at Good Sam, but they were doing their resuscitative efforts, and they got a core body temp of 80. Absolutely not consistent with being outside, not dressed appropriately for the weather. It wasn't like he was in a North Face top to bottom with scarves and mittens and all of his hats, etc. He would have started, the degrees that night was between 18 and 22 degrees Fahrenheit. There also was high winds. And it has never made sense because you drop body temperatures, especially also with alcohol. And he was
We're gonna switch places.
he was heavily intoxicated on January 29th because we know his post-mortem vitreous
I
humor,
took notes. Yeah.
yeah, was 0.29, and this is
Yeah.
after death. That is
Mhm.
damn near coma, right? That's darn near you having alcohol poisoning, and this is post-death. So,
Mhm.
in a combination of not dressed appropriately, in those weather conditions with the winds, he probably would have, and of course, this is more like I'm not a scientist, but medically speaking, you could see he would have been at he would have gone from like 98 degrees to 95 degrees potentially within 30 to 45 minutes. Okay. So if that's the case, then you minus 30 to 40, and then it goes quicker, right? But like you're trying, your body is going to keep trying, plus add an injury in it. It would have happened within, I would say, in my best guess, between 2 and 3 hours is what I think is the max that he would have been able to be out there.
So they're saying 5.5 hours because now they have to go with like
Understand.
12:30 hit time, and then they discover him at 6:04, right? So that's like 5.5 hours. They need an expert to say what his core body temperature would be given the weather conditions and given if he was out there since 12:30. What would his core body temperature be? That I need to know. That
Well,
needs to
not
be
even
cleared up.
that, Mel. Another thing that has never ever made sense, and I can't because I'm not at my house. But when you like him not having frostbite, okay, him not having his tips of his fingers, his tip of his nose, the top of his ears, his lips all would have been cyanotic to the point, and he would have had we get like a leather, it's like a black, it becomes necrotic, right? And looking hardened and blackened from the frostbite that would have set in had he been outside for that extended period of time. And also the biggest mayday for me was that Anthony Flammati and Timothy Nuttall described him as pliable. If you're able to move the arms and legs of an individual named Officer John O'Keefe, it is not, it's not questionable. It is impossible that he was out there for that many hours, because he wouldn't have been able to move. He would have been stiffened.
Yeah, rigor mortis would have set in, right?
Even just from freezing, right?
Right.
Just from freezing alone, never mind. I mean, it has been a medical farce since day one, in my opinion. That like you cannot, no one, like, this is snake oil salesman stuff, okay?
Wow.
You're trying to make this work, and I've tried to do the mental gymnastics to believe the Commonwealth. I am not a natural, I'm just, supporting someone accused of ending the life of a Boston police officer. No, that's not my jam. I support police officers.
Me too.
I have Massachusetts police officers that are my family. So at the end of the day, this has been a really tough pill for me to swallow. But Karen Read is innocent and getting railroaded by Massachusetts and the Norfolk DA's office.
Yeah. Between the injuries that were not sustained by the car accident and the medical, you're taking up the post-mortem stuff and the pre-mortem stuff, and that's where a good combination there. It's just, you don't have to believe in a conspiracy. Okay.
No.
You don't have to believe, 11 people could never keep a secret. Hello. Have you heard about the Catholic Church scandal? Because I did handle those cases, and there was secret kept by hundreds and hundreds of people nationwide, worldwide, really, for decades.
Yeah.
4 decades. The number of children that were abused by priests and nuns in the Catholic Church for decades, and the way they were shuffled around. And that secret was kept by a whole hell of a lot of more people than would have had to just look the other way in this case. So there are some people who would just refuse to believe that corruption happens. And sadly, it just does. Yeah, maybe the frostbite needs to be talked about, because I don't think we've talked about it all, right?
No. Well, it was. Point. It was talked about by Anthony Flammati, right? Because I remember he said he had the beginning stages. He had the beginning stages of frostbite. And I said, oh, can we say that again for the people in the back? I was screaming from the rooftops everywhere I could. This is not right. You should have stranger danger warnings. Every red flag should be going up in you if you are hearing that there was the beginning stages of frostbite in a man that you're alleging was a viable candidate for resuscitative efforts, right? He's pliable. And you're telling me that he's been outside while this blizzard is ramping up, and they're having wind gusts of almost 50 miles an hour, and it got down to 18 degrees with the wind chill. It was like 7 that night.
With like a thin hoodie. Like a thin hoodie.
With a hoodie and an orange, like, Bahamas shirt and a pair of jeans. Get out of town. You're full of it up to your eyeballs.
No gloves.
No.
And what about his toes? Because remember, he had a shoe missing.
Yep. Yeah.
And where are the socks? I still want to know where the socks are. Anthony's back. He says, the Reed case is new to me. I didn't see, number one, what did Reed say about dropping off John? Memory lapse on detail. Well, she has not testified. So none of her testimony was under oath. But she did give a statement to the cops when they came that day to seize her car without a warrant and seize her phone without a warrant. And they had decided within 16 hours it was a car accident before they even found one piece of taillight. They didn't even take any pictures of the taillight when they seized it. That's a whole other issue, Anthony. But what does she says that she dropped him off and she watched him walk towards the door.
Yeah.
And then I think in one interview, she says she saw him stick his head in the door. And then she was looking at her phone, and then he never came out or told her that it was okay to come in. So she got pissed and she left.
Yeah.
And look, let's just call it what it is. It's not talking poorly about someone who's deceased, but like you just said, and like the medical examiner said, his blood alcohol level was 0.29. And that was
Yeah.
at autopsy. So what was it at the time? He wanted to keep the party going. And she was like, no, I would just want to go home. I don't feel good.
Yep.
And then she's like, fine, I'm going to drop you off. Go in and see if we're welcome. And then he ghosts her because she's like calling him and he won't pick up. Or I don't remember if she called him right from there, but she says she waited like 10 minutes and then he never got back to her. So she got pissed and left. And then she ramps up with these nasty voicemail messages, which how many of us have left voicemail messages that we wish we could take back? And you could see that as the night goes on, she's ramping up more and more as he is ignoring her more and more and more.
And Anthony, she thinks at this time, right? These voicemails, babe, are telling, she's thinking that Officer O'Keefe is playing a little bit of hide the salam with someone. You know what I'm saying? She's not saying like if somebody might be guilty of being like, darling, I love you, I'm missing you, and I want you to answer the phone, please, darling. She's like, you mother trucker, right? She is getting
she calls him a pervert at one point.
Me. Oh. She is saying all the stuff to get him to respond because she's like, I'm going home. I'm leaving I'm leaving your niece, who he is the primary guardian for and father figure to. And, you know, she goes, I'm out of here to get a response. Yep. You're not trying to get a response, no offense, from a deceased person.
Right.
That you think that you just unalived, you know?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. So she says that he went in the house, but they say, there's text messages between them. The people who were in the house that says, tell them the guy never went in the house.
Oh.
That's their story, and they're sticking to it, that he never came in the house. And so that is their whole defense. There's no evidence that he ever went in the house. However, we know from other cases and such things that GPS on someone's phone isn't always accurate, especially in a bad neighborhood, bad area, you know, for cell service. And that's their whole talking point about how his phone never went in the house because the GPS doesn't put him in the house. But then listen to this, Kimmy, because I don't know if you know this.
Oh.
In the Brian Walsh case, which is also in Norfolk County,
Yep.
same investigators, guy chops up his wife, puts her in like allegedly in all different dumpsters all over town. It's terrible. They never found her body. He's got Google searches too that are like how to dispose of a 120-pound woman's body if you really need to kind of stuff. They're going to use all his Google searches against him too. They have, and this was, I think, Anna Walsh happened. Was it the year before or the year after? I think it might have been the year after. They've got GPS detail of him going to his mother's apartment complex, and one day he goes there, he's at the dumpster, and the next day he goes there, he's in the building. How can they tell that from his GPS data when it's all in the same little circle, right?
Oh.
You can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't say, oh, we can pinpoint exactly where Brian Walsh was. We know he was at the dumpster in the parking lot. And then the next day we knew he was inside the building.
Wow, Mal.
Right. Same investigators, same shenanigans. You can't say Brian Walsh's Google searches are all accurate and Celebrite is the gold standard in the Brian Walsh case and then say, oh, but in Karen Reed's case, no, Celebrite is shit and Google searches are BS and the timestamp doesn't mean anything.
Well, just one version too, right? Which is the craziest thing. It had Karen Reed typed "House Long to Dying Cold" at 2:27. We wouldn't be here. But for some reason, apparently Jennifer McCabe and some guy in Austria are the two most rare humans in the history of Celebrite as a commodity and organization that has been putting people to jail in our country for over a decade. Okay. The use of Celebrite is absolutely the gold standard. And yet in one version of one report, Jen's search comes up, doesn't come up initially per the Commonwealth, comes up in the defense Celebrite report, which they did not create. They just extracted at the appropriate Celebrite version. Mm-hmm. And now there has been an update to software. Riddle me this, Mel. They updated mother humping software because of Jennifer McCabe.
Because of her. It was all her fault.
Oh.
It was because Richard Green called the customer service line and got Ian Whiffen on the phone because he's the customer service rep. And he decided to bring it to their attention. And they changed all their software just because Richard Green called him. Like,
Wow.
that's what they want people to believe.
It's
Isn't that
just,
insane?
it's so much. Like, if you look at this, lovies, and I know that I pray that,
Mhm.
you know, we're on a trajectory and that this will result in the at least justice for Karen for the persecution, which I do not believe it has been a prosecution. I believe it's been the persecution of
Oh,
Karen Reed.
I've been calling it that too.
And
Great minds.
yes. Oh my gosh. But like I am hopeful, but I still have a sadness because I would love nothing more than for whomever did cause the death of Officer John O'Keefe to pay the price, to pay the piper, and
Mhm.
to be held accountable for what was done, and that it
Right.
should come to light. And I'm scared and saddened because I fear if this ends in an acquittal, they're going to just say that's a wrap, and we're not doing anything to continue to in the pursuit of justice for him.
Unless somebody talks. Unless somebody talks. That's what it's
Yeah.
gonna take. It's gonna take somebody with a conscience to come out and tell the truth. Because
Yeah.
the investigation was so piss poor that any evidence that they could have collected against any other suspects is gone. But unless somebody comes out with some sort of conscience and has information, like Scanlon's on the witness list, is he gonna come out and say what he really knows? I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
Let's look at this because I want to show you this from Irini Scordi-Bello's testimony.
Yes.
If you have a little time, do you have time?
I do. I'm just gonna
You gotta go.
bop in about 10. Is that okay?
What's that?
I'm just gonna bop in about 10 minutes. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
no worries. I just want to hear you. I want to play the part where she says that she looked at some crime scene photos because this is wild to me. Who was showing her crime scene photos and what were they? Hold on, let's just go to that.
Many minutes or hours.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned that at some points you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Okay, this is the doctor who did the autopsy. Her name is Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello. She's with the State of Massachusetts Office of Medical Examiner, right?
Chief Medical Examiner. Yep.
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that last...
The area where she was told Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's no photos of that area, right? What is she being shown? This is what I have questions about. There's no disruption. And then, so listen to what she says. She's going to say that, so he wasn't dragged there or he wasn't, she doesn't think he was dragged there. Even though there's a big scrape above that giant gash on the back of his head, there's a scrape like he was dragged there. Proctor is showing her these photos. Listen, this is crazy. I forgot about this part of the testimony.
Lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. What, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
What?
And as far as anything related to footprints, drag marks, anything like that, did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
Oh, you mean the pictures that were taken after the leaf blower was on the scene? Like, first of all, there was a leaf blower. Who knows if they blew away any footprints? I have no idea. But what photographs? We've never seen photographs of where John's body was.
Yeah, no, because nobody took photos at the crime scene as evidenced by what?
Right.
The Canton Police Department audit that said that there should have been photos taken before Officer John O'Keefe was transferred from where they began to give CPR, like appropriate medical level CPR, and brought him over to the ambulance.
Right.
Sarah went back to go get a damn defibrillator, okay? So he had plenty of time to grab a cami, okay? To get a little click, click. Everyone else took their phones out and took pictures. So why didn't he? I don't know.
And she's using these photographs in her evaluation of what happened to him. And that's why she's saying it's not consistent with a fight because she's thinking, oh, well, nobody dragged him there. What?
Yeah. Wild.
Now, from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that from Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
A significant altercation, really?
Walking it back. Walk that back, because in we know in our charging documents, it said no signs of altercation or fight. And now she's walked that treadmill, back that bus up, not a 6,900-pound Lexus, but we know that Irini Scordi-Bello had to say major because it is consistent with, in our opinion, an ambush. It was quick. We're not saying this was 10 rounds with Tyson, people. It's a drunk fight with grown men who are, that have that maybe
have a history of sucker punching.
Yes. Couple of seconds. That's all it takes.
Right. And then what if you fall down and you smack your head on something and that causes the gash on your head, and then all of a sudden there's vomiting and, oh my God, what do we do? There doesn't need to be a motive for drunk guys to fight.
They've been drunk fights in Boston since the Pilgrims came, babes. Okay, so I don't know if any of you are new, but like this happens, and it just needs to be any day that ends in Y. There's boys brawling at a local dive bar.
That's right. The ballyhoo is real.
Yeah. And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on.
Talk about that.
Okay, so yeah, this actually enraged me. It enraged me in real time, and I made an immediate video. So, babes, this is not accurate. Irini Scordi-Bello, Dr. Scordi-Bello is telling us that there was a central pinpoint prick that she thought inside, almost like it would have been an infiltration or something, that they attempted to have a line in Officer John O'Keefe. Hi. I'm going to say this for every human that ever needs to hear this. You don't put a peripheral line, meaning a line in our handies, in our feet, anywhere that is not central, right? Because Officer John O'Keefe was 1, hypothermic, 2, in asystole, meaning he did not have a heartbeat. Okay. And what they had to do was the advanced paramedics on scene drilled an intraosseous into his tibia, and did central line and warming fluids. It's insulting to medical professionals to say that a peripheral line was attempted in the hand of a patient in a cardiac arrest who was hypothermic. It didn't happen.
And why was she not cross-examined on that? Great point, right? Didn't they do the IO, and it's called an IO for those of you who don't, didn't they do that on scene? Because I remember somebody testifying about it.
Yes. Yeah.
So when they went to warm his body up in the hospital, how did they do that?
What do you mean?
They do it through the IO? Is that where they do it?
They still put it through that same line.
Okay, so that's where they're doing it from. So again, that is not what the pinprick looking thing on his hand looks like. And maybe that's why she works on dead people. Because if she was to work on live patients, she would kill them. Apparently she doesn't know what's protocol. And why was this not brought up?
I don't know. But that drove me bananas.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. And that was one thing that and then we get to this part, 134:57. Kimmy, whenever you got to go, just go. But I just wanted to.
Yeah, no worries.
30.
I want to be here with you. I'm so sorry. I should have been here at 8. Okay. Fresh.
No. Don't be silly.
What, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
She's
Now-
talking about the injuries to a skull and caused by a blunt object. Okay, wait.
Uh-huh.
We found out her name's Nancy, the court reporter. Did you know that? Madam Court Reporter's name's
Now, you
Nancy.
testified
Oh, I didn't know
yesterday about a
that.
blunt
I love her.
object's injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head, then leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Ask the question differently.
Objection to the frozen ground being the blunt object. Let's say of course she's going to allow it.
Look at her. Look at
Watch
her.
She's got her eyes closed. They are fluttering. You can see how anxious she is.
She hates this.
She
Hates
hates
it.
this.
Injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
See if she nods her head. She's like, yeah, no, not really. Or she wagged her head back
Yeah.
and forth.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
Did you see she shook her head again? Oh, it's
And the
possible.
injuries that you
Look at her biting her
observed,
lip.
Would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
This is the
Oh.
important part.
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe. No.
Thank you. No further questions. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
And then she's going to elaborate.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What's the form, Mr. Larry?
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
No.
Every human is different. Every car is
depends
different. Of course.
Yep.
on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
Like, why would they be showing her photographs of the vehicle? She's the medical examiner. She's doing an autopsy. And why would she put in her report? These injuries do not seem to be consistent with a fight. They're also not consistent with a drowning. They're also not consistent with jumping off a building. They're not consistent with a fire. There's a million things they're not consistent. I have never seen an autopsy report talk about what did not cause the death.
Correct. Neither have I. And I've seen, unfortunately, I have seen quite a few in my career. And it is just, you don't say like, oh, there was not a gunshot wound. Like, thank you. Okay. We're not doing this. We say what it is, not what it is not.
Right.
And I just will say that you're so right, Melanie, that this needs to just be explored further with the defense, because although Liza Little does do a job of asking, like, could it be something that was maybe in a basement at the Albert's house at 34 Fairview? She is so uncomfortable, and you're picking up what she is putting down right here. Okay. And again, although Dr. Scordi-Bello put that line in, it is my opinion. She was visited twice by Michael Proctor. Yeah. 2 times, gave I believed in an attempt to coerce her into changing that designation. Now, that is my opinion, but there, she wouldn't do it. So she threw that line in to give him something.
Yep.
Okay.
Then he said, well,
And
could you at least put in there that it wasn't caused by a fight? Right.
amen.
Right. And here's
Yeah.
the thing. They've got a history of doing this, right? Because in the group text messages between Proctor, DeChico,
Yes.
Kikowski, and Buchanan, Proctor says, yeah, Yuri and I went to visit her. We talked to her 3 times. I think he even said 3 times.
Oh,
She won't change it. She's a whack job, right? So
yeah.
now this woman is knowing, probably somebody told her he already calls you a whack job, so be ready
Mhm.
for that. He says, and then DeChico says, rookie move. You should have had me and Jeff do it. Well, you know
I
who Jeff
know.
is? Jeff is Jeff Kikowski. Here's something else interesting because I've been covering a lot of cases in the building. Jeff Kikowski was in the autopsy room for Penny McGee's deceased husband. They put her on trial for homicide, for manslaughter. He died of a heart attack in the
I
foyer
remember.
after a verbal altercation. Kikowski was the one in the autopsy room with that medical examiner who was really a whack job. Any of you who watched Penny McGee. He was in that autopsy room. He was also in the autopsy of Katie McLean, who was killed by Harry Turk.
My
So
God.
these guys have a history. You should have had me and Jeff do it. Jeff and DeChico apparently have a history of getting the medical examiner to change their findings on manner of death.
Well, and we
And I
know
was,
about Sandra Birchmore more too, right? Like, these are things that,
Yep.
but, and this woman, I feel bad though for Dr. Scordi-Bello because she held the line. I'm proud of her for that. I will always give her props for that, to hold that line and never give them the homicide, because at the end of the day, how insane that in the 12 years that trooper Michael Proctor had been on Mass State Police, he had never been involved in testifying at a trial for a murder that was not designated a homicide.
right.
This is insane.
How often does it happen? Probably not often.
Not like
Look at
how
Anthony. Anthony's in here. He was in the chat last night at AV, and he's like in here. He wants all the
he's
details.
in it.
They say that
24.2.
she went 24.2 miles an hour, 60 feet in reverse, and only hit his right arm and elbow.
Yep.
No fractures. Can you believe this?
No.
We can't believe it either, Anthony. I'm so glad that you're going to tell all your people about this. Thank you for your super chat. Alessi will destroy her testimony, says Canadian Gooner. And yeah. And then, like she goes on to say, or she said, I think before this, that
And not a bruise, Mel. And I just want
Not
to
a
say one
bruise.
thing. I'm so sorry, but like if you go back to Kerry Roberts' testimony, right?
Mhm.
She describes as when they go to the scene and Officer John O'Keefe's right eye was worse and more
like an egg over
swollen.
his eye on his forehead. Remember, he had an egg. Somebody said it looked like an egg.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And she describes looking at him when they're at 34 Fairview when he's on the lawn. When she goes and takes Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe to Good Samaritan, he is pronounced at 750. Mrs. O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe say, do you want to go in the back and see him? And she says, yes, I do. She goes back and she said, I assumed that he would look better after, and he looked worse. So he was continuing, because you're in kind of like a catch-22 being in the cold, right? You're preserving and preventing the swelling and edema and bruising, but none of it ever fucking came.
Right.
Pardon, never came. It never came. So he was still, as they're getting him, well, that means he was alive then also at the
Right.
time, because if he was continuing your processes, okay, interesting. But he's still swelling, he's still bruising, and he looked way worse than he did when he was on that lawn. In his face, meaning the bruising, swelling, and like the egg above his eye, but his left eye had swollen up as well. So these are just things I want you to take into account, babes.
Right.
You would have seen bruising on Officer John O'Keefe's thighs, his knees.
Bumper marks, we call them.
Oh my gosh, road rash, anything. Like there had to have been something, some
Mhm.
impact that was so significant, but it didn't come. There's no boulder in that yard. So he didn't fall or get sent, pirouetted, traveled, and cracked his head on a large boulder, in the middle of the yard. Like it just or a sharp edge or a hammer, or something that was on the ground that was a projectile and then did that, causing that laceration that you can see if you look, which don't look if you're not if you get a queasy tummy, but you can see dura mater. I mean, it is so unbelievable, and it's just in a horizontal line.
Right.
That does not make sense. His head, the surface of his head would have hit a larger area than that 2.5-inch laceration. So, so when he hits the back of his head, more should have cracked, right? More, he should have had maybe what, a 5-inch laceration from one side all the way to the other, but he didn't, because that did not happen.
Right.
The murder ground did not murder him.
The murder ground. I know. It's like, you have to laugh, otherwise we're going to cry. Those of you who
know.
have not seen the autopsy photos, we can't show them because they strike the stream. Everybody got stricken that day when we were streaming live. Everyone, the day they showed the autopsy photos, we all got stricken. You can easily
Sorry.
Google them, and you can see the gash to the back of his head, and you could see like the brain, as Kim is telling you in her clinical way. But it's horrible, and we haven't even gotten into the dog bites to the arm. Like, we haven't even got there yet. We're just talking right now about the head injuries and the brain injuries. We're gonna have to do a whole other show on the dog injuries.
I love you. I'm gotta go. It's already,
sweetie.
imagine it's 11, and I did not mean. I appreciate you. Lovies, have the best night, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Tell Mr. Kim to not be mad at me.
He would never. He would
Tell
never.
him I'm
That's
sending
all
him
me.
pizza money. Tell him I'm sending him pizza money. If you don't have good pizza there, though. Sorry, you don't. New York has the best pizza, you guys. I don't care. I'll fight you for it. Isn't Nurse Kim the best? Make sure you go sub to Nurse Kim also. I will put her link in the chat. Now, let's take a look. This is the cross-examination, Dr. Scordi-Bello. That was done by Elizabeth Little, no relation. And, okay, Norman, that's awesome. Norman, my email is in the body of the show notes, as we call them, the show notes below the video. Thank you, Norman. Appreciate you guys so much. You're so collaborative. We're so collaborative here. Here's the cross-examination of Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello under protest by Elizabeth Little. It's only like 20 minutes long. All right, here we go.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Well, in the comments, respectfully, come for me in the comments and also in the chat, what you think the missed opportunities here were on this cross when we get through the 20 or 25 minutes of it.
Good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
Correct.
And you testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
Dumbbell.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly,
German
yes.
Shepherd's claws. Could have
Do you
caused.
agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm?
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Yep.
Let's take those
There you
one
go.
at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his.
See how her demeanor has shifted too? I feel like she was a lot more reticent to even say anything to Lally because she knew that she wasn't going to be able to give him what he wanted. And now she seems a lot more willing to talk. She's like, nope, yes, that could have caused it. That could have caused it. That's just my perception. I'm not a body language expert or anything, but I feel like she's being a lot more cooperative now on cross, which is unusual.
Knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
You
But in
absolutely
this
would.
case, you
Come on.
didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper, is that correct?
Correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask.
Did you see how long it took Lally to make the objection? Did you see? Do you think, I mean, it was almost like there was like signaling going on. We know that Paul O'Keefe was signaling at certain points, but we're not here to talk about that. But I also felt like it was like mommy helping Lally, like, Lally, Mr. Lally, do you want to object? Do you want to object? Look how long it takes him to object. Listen.
1,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
What a lame answer. It's likely and unlikely that it could be caused by a pedestrian versus somebody must have threatened her. I don't know. Maybe. My opinion.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that sustained?
May we approach, Your Honor?
And then the approach. There's no reason to sustain that objection. She told her to break it down, so it wasn't a compound question. I get that part. This is the reason that I'm so pissed off that they don't allow, this judge anyway, in Massachusetts does not allow the attorneys to state the grounds for their objections. I live in a land of New York, and in the land of New York, when you stand up and object, the judge will look at you if you don't state your grounds until you do. Because you better damn well know what your grounds are when you're standing up to object and interrupt the proceedings. You better have a good reason for it. But no, he doesn't have to give a reason, and that there's no reason she shouldn't be able to answer that question. So I'm going to take it back again. And then again, everything is discussed at sidebar in secret, and the sidebar conversations are never released to the public, so we never know what they spoke about. So let's take that back again and tell me, what is the basis for that objection, and why can't this doctor, medical examiner, answer this? Listen.
Hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing
Because it's
with their arm
hypothetical?
like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think because she said it's a hypothetical.
Maybe approach, Your Honor?
But it's not a hypothetical because that's their theory.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Yeah. And even
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never personally.
Well, there you go. If the medical examiner can't answer that question because she's not a biomechanical engineer, then the judge absolutely should have let Dr. Rentschler testify about what those injuries were caused by. Right? I forgot about this part of her testimony. If the Commonwealth's own witness is saying, I can't answer that question because I'm not a biomechanical engineer and I didn't reconstruct this accident, only a biomechanical engineer could tell you that question, the answer to that question, then why did the judge rule that Dr. Rentschler was not allowed to opine on that? Because he's not a medical doctor. But now in trial number 2, she's going to let James Crosby testify about the dog bites, even though he's not a medical doctor. Welcome to the upside down, inside out, Twilight Zone of Narnia. That is the Norfolk Superior Courtroom of Judge Beverly Cannone. So she can't answer whether those injuries would have been caused by a car at 24 miles an hour to her arm because she's not a biomechanic expert.
Inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
But you know who did? Dr. Rentschler. And she wouldn't allow his opinion in because you know what? We're not looking for the truth here of what happened. We're looking for a conviction. And the longer this goes on, the more obvious it is.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You observed no significant bruising,
Correct.
no fractures,
Correct.
and no broken bones.
Correct.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2. Yes.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
Correct.
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
Correct.
no matter how small.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
Correct.
If I could show you. May I approach
Cheryl,
John?
where you been, Cheryl? The openings are
recognize
supposed to be
that
on
photograph?
Tuesday.
I do.
It's Tuesday.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
I move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Right.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Your internal examination
It's a
notes
possibility
also
that
cite
he was punched. Keep your eye on Paul O'Keefe as we go through this a little bit more because there's only like 15 minutes left of her cross.
a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue.
He
Do
had
you
a
recall
tongue
that?
laceration, like he bit his
And
tongue.
you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
Yep.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that
Yes.
a little bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yeah, listen to
I
this
do.
part.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
Uh-huh. Like if he was dragged.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures.
Cliche says this testimony alone is reasonable doubt. Think about that. Every single thing she's saying is reasonable doubt. It could have been caused by this, or it could have been caused by this, or it could have been caused by this. Well, then it is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this was caused by a car accident. End of story. That's it. We all go home. We all go home. Everyone, don't forget to hit the like button so I don't have to, shut off the air conditioning.
No broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19. Okay. And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups.
All right, this is the arm. I'm going to have to make this smaller because when I first showed this on my channel, they did not like it. So just if you haven't seen this picture before, take a look at it. I'm going to fast forward through it because the YouTube doesn't like it. It's too graphic, blah, blah, blah. This is what we're saying are dog bites. This is what Dr. Russell is saying is dog bites. This doctor, could it be caused by plastic? Maybe.
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
Here's the hand.
That is the next in order.
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Shout out to Trial Channel for cutting out all the breaks, all the dead air in this, and for putting each witness in its own separate video. Go to Trial Channel, give them a shout, like their videos, because if you ever want to find just one witness, they have it in even if it's on different days, they put it all into one video for us. So thank you.
Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first.
She always patronizes her. So, we need to mark it first. We know this, this might be your first trial, but,
Transferred to being an exhibit, but
Thank you.
But yes, you can publish. Is it all set to be published appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor.
Highly recommend.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of
No, Kim just told us why that is not
you
true.
reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records?
They redacted his hospital bracelet because it's his hospital bracelet with his personalized personal information on it. I just I dropped the link to the trial channel in the chat, so I'm going to pin it now. Oops, I just removed it instead of pinning it. Hang on, because fingers. All right. And instead of being able to pin it, it takes me to the thing. Hold on. Pin. I gotta get my nails cut. That's the problem. My nails are too long. Okay. That's the bruising to his right arm. I mean, his right hand, the outside of his right hand that Kim says, no way did they put an IV in there. And the doctor should know this.
It's indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital.
Tibia
Yes, they
and
were
catheter.
administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital they were
Eileen, it's funny that you
administered.
say that about the paw print because I got laughed at publicly when I said that. Said, I don't know. Does anybody have a big dog? Has your dog ever stepped on you? Would your dog ever make a print like that on your? I don't know. I don't have a big dog. Never did. But a lot of people said that to me. So I don't know the answer to that.
Administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
But then again, right? The fact, Cam's Graham, that we're arguing, or people in the chat are arguing about whether or not it's a bruise from a dog's paw. This dog weighed something like, I don't know how much, 90 pounds maybe, or a defensive wound. Isn't that reasonable doubt in and of itself? I mean, how does that come from a car? On both hands.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of a fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose, yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand.
Correct.
The injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration, abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that sustained? Why is that sustained? Listen to that question again. If you have all of these injuries, isn't that consistent with a fight? So in fact, if you have a body, here's where it starts.
That presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration, abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue. These injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is it sustained?
Are
Why?
these injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained. Are they
Honor,
consistent with
may
a
we
physical altercation? Do you see how badly she wants to answer that question? Any attorneys in the chat who maybe are in, Massachusetts land could explain to me why that objection is sustained, because she did break it down. She said, are they consistent with a physical altercation? It keeps being sustained.
Sure.
May we approach? And then they approach again, and it's all done in secret. It's all done in secret.
Shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Proctor showed her these photographs of where John O'Keefe's body was. Well, where are they now? We've never seen them.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Why are they not part
Do
of
you
her
recall
file?
what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly.
Leah, I don't know, but based on your comments, I think maybe you do work at a medical examiner's office or you are a medical examiner. Would those photos, if you used them in your analysis and writing your autopsy report, would those photos be part of your file? Or do you give them back to Trooper Proctor?
It was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered.
If his body was discovered in the area of the fire hydrant, wouldn't she have backed into the fire hydrant too? Or did it just, the pirouette, he flew onto near the fire hydrant? What is she even talking about? I'm getting outraged anew. I'm getting outraged anew, and this is supposed to start in only 3 days. I have to manage my outrage until then, because we're going to see this again.
It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, where are these photographs? Or why are they not part of your file?
You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seem to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be.
Do you see she's looking at Lally for an objection? She's afraid to answer that question. If you're not looking at your screen, come back. And not if you're driving. If you're driving, come back and look at it later, but I'm going to take this back. Because she testified on direct that all of his skull fractures were as a result of that one blow to the back of the head. And we heard Rubia tell us why that's impossible. And why the coup contre gueule is impossible. Also, because of the temporal fractures and the temporal injuries right here. So watch her. She's like, I'm afraid to answer this. Lally, are you going to save me?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
Wow.
It could be a single impact.
Could be.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
Yeah, multiple injuries to the front of his face as well. Mm-hmm.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, like if he was punched in the face and then he fell backwards and slammed his head on something, yes, that's a fall. Yes.
Expert medical opinion. Is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Yes.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
That's right, Leah.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
Do we have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, so Alan Jackson. Oh, Leah's a mortician. That is awesome. Awesomely amazing.
I'd like
I've
to
never
show you
met a
what's been
mortician
previously
before.
marked as People's Exhibit 648. Dr. Scordi-Bello, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
Yes.
Just trying not to get fired.
That is livor.
Lividity?
Lividity, yes.
Can you describe to the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity, yes. It goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Lally?
Watch Paul O'Keefe.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not
Wait, look, everyone. There's our friend Craig of the tiny desk. Look at Craig Bates. He's sitting at the tiny desk. This is the defense team's AV guy. He's super tall. When I was in court one day, I was sitting right behind him. And the judge said he was not allowed to sit at defense counsel table because the table's not big enough. So they give him like an old TV tray table that he's got to put all his equipment at. And his knees are banging into the bottom of it because he's super tall. We love Craig Bates. We hope he's coming back for trial number 2. And his snack table, it's like a TV tray table, right? And people still have those.
Small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Any blunt object in the
Would
snow,
glass
not
be
the
a
snow.
possibility as far as a blunt object?
Glass to the back of the head?
Could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Wait, is he talking about the
Correct.
arm?
Yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from dragging, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Right. If it's possible, it's
Could that
reasonable
also
doubt.
be a
Thank
result
you.
of the blunt impacts, or as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be, yes.
And they decided to run with the frozen ground theory, and they found a brain surgeon that's going to risk his career to tell the world that. Wow, just wow. Dr. Isaac Wolf. Wow.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also include breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally. Sustained.
Watch
What, if
the
anything
form,
else,
Mr.
would that
Lally.
include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
If he was doing
Now,
the
with
punching,
reference to, the
what if he
injuries
wasn't
that you
doing the
were asked
punching? What if he wasn't the one doing the punching? What if he was just trying to block the punches? Would he have broken fingers then? Broken fingernails then?
about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the
We have a sigh emoji for that. Usually it's the judge who sighs loudly into the mic.
skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding?
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
Mommy,
You asked about
mommy,
some
help me.
possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymosis that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing
Could.
in the brain and the skull.
Could also have been multiple blows, yeah?
Thank you. I know.
No further questions. All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
You are all set. There's Nancy talking into the athletic supporter. Look, if you can't be an athlete, be an athletic supporter. That's Clerk Jim. For those of you who are new to the trial, that's Clerk Jim on the left. He had an incident once, apparently some sort of DUI type incident. And, everyone in here, there's a lot of drinking and driving in Massachusetts going on. A lot of drinking. No shade to my brothers and sisters of Massachusetts, because, I'm Irish too. I get it. But, H. Frit, thanks for becoming a new member. Well, welcome. Blair is here. She did it again. Have we ever determined if they really flipped him over? That seems like a detail people forget. Was he originally face down? We don't know. I hope there's some more light shined on that this time, because she says it clearly in the 911 call. If you weren't here the other night when we went over that 911 call, it was during the show that I did on the Canton PD audit, because in the audit report, they attached the audio of Jen McCabe's 911 call and Kerry Roberts' call to Canton PD. We went over both of them. So go back and listen to it. Thank you, Blair. Clerk Jim's clown list is here. He's been here for 4 months, and he says T2 will amplify awareness of the case. Free Karen Reed. Trial 2. Yep. Everybody needs to know. That's why we're not shutting up, right? Jules Albright became a member. Thank you, Jules. Dr. Russell's gasps is here. In inverted video, Yuri said that it was the tow truck driver exiting knowing it was inverted who drove it into the Sally Port. Well, here's the thing. I think on direct, when he was showing another video, he said that was him, right? And then on the next day, I think there was a day in between, or he came back the next day, and then all of a sudden he forgot who everybody was in the video. And I'd have to go back and watch it again. But if you've watched it recently, I'll defer to you. But then he admitted it was him. Yeah, so it's conflicting. But I don't know that they would let the tow truck driver drive the piece of evidence into the Sally Port, the murder weapon, as it were, right? I don't know. Thank you, though, for your super chat. And Kat gifted a membership. Thanks, Kat. And Minna Mike gifted another 5 memberships. You're amazing, Mike. And Jules says, OMG, his body temperature, Hoslong. Hoslong, would he have been there if his core temperature was 80 degrees? Thanks for tuning in all the way from Australia. It must be late for you, or maybe it's tomorrow for you. Eva Marcy's Scuddy Stain says, my dogs have GPS collars. When they go 60 feet outside the bubble of our house, I get an alert. Dobby has left the house. The downfall, Dobby is getting a belly rub. I just got an alert that she left. Oh, that's interesting. Because the GPS is not always accurate, right? Bella Brat, if Karen's acquitted, do you think that might make someone feel more comfortable to talk? Maybe. Or would they be more likely to talk if she's convicted? I don't know. That's a great question, Bella Brat. Your guess is as good as mine. Goodmans are here, and they gifted a membership. Like if she's convicted, maybe somebody will have, change of heart, and we'll be like, oh, I can't let an innocent woman go to prison when I know what really happened. For life, by the way, she's facing life. So thank you, Goodmans, for gifting them a membership. Stacey, oh, sorry, we missed this one before. Can Nurse Kim explain her take on the BAC from hospital and how horrible it is that they even allowed this to come in? It's fire. I agree. I think that even the witnesses from the lab in the hospital said this is not to be used for legal purposes. I think it's ridiculous. I think the extrapolation was ridiculous because there was such a wide swing. They didn't know when her last drink was. So even he said it couldn't be accurate because we need to know the time of her last drink, and we don't know that because I've been saying all along she could have went home and drank half a bottle of vodka because she was so mad at him. And the way her voicemail messages kept ramping up and ramping up, I'm like, it sounds like she was drinking at home, but I don't know. So yeah, why should it be allowed to come in? But as the judge says, she's the gatekeeper. I call her the gatekeeper to hell. And it goes to the weight, not its admissibility. But again, the jury doesn't understand. So I agree with you. H. Frit, thank you for becoming a member. Edie, thank you for tuning in from Australia. Photos were taken but not submitted to the defense. According to her testimony, the defense will be ready with all the right questions this time. Or they showed her those photos that we've seen, because there's only like maybe 3 of them. and told her that's where the body was, but they've never told, they're not in the file as being where the body was, because the body was never outlined. It was never measured. There's no markers of evidence, nothing. Thanks, Edie. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Proctor was like, oh, here's where the body was. You see, can you put that in your report? And then he took the photos away and ran away with them. Nothing to see here. Says, could they have ambushed John before bringing him into the basement until the end of the night and then brought him out in the snow? Well, look, he went up and down 3 flights of stairs after he got out of the car. So Brian Albert testified on his, when he testified in court, he said it's 2 flights down to the basement. And then remember, they showed the video coming out of the bulkhead. When Brian Albert was on the stand, the defense showed it, and we were like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And we know that it's another flight up to get out the bulkhead. And then if you go right outside the bulkhead, there's a gate. And the gate in the white picket fence, as it were, but it's not picket. It's like a whatever fence. It's got 2 doors, and you open it, and then they walked us through there, and it was right where his body was found. So anything could have happened. But again, that's reasonable doubt. If the jury is sitting back there trying to figure out another way that it happened, it's reasonable doubt. We all go home. Thank you. Goodbye. Period. Full stop. Debbie, thank you for being here for 16 months. Says the Dura is one tough mother. Sorry, anatomy joke. Oh, Norman, you can email. Sure. I'll read it at some point. I'm sure when I get to it, I will take a look. And I thank you very much for your help. Azaran says, check out 13540 in that video and look at her body language. She's telling the jury this is a reach twice on 2 questions. Yeah. And then she flat out tells Lally, nope, on the 3rd question. I just shut it down, but because I can't have so many things open at once, but yeah, we'll replay it. Let me just get to that part. Hang on. What say you? 13540. Hang on. 13540. How many of you are on the West Coast? I love my West Coast audience. I love that it's like this is like a normal time for you guys. And I'm a night owl, so I don't mind it. 13540. Okay, right about here. Oh, I gotta put it. It would help if I put it on the screen, eh? All right. Look at her body language. She's telling the jury this is a reach twice on 2 questions, and then she flat out tells Lally, nope, on the 3rd question. Here we go.
Fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
Reach.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe. No.
That's the nope. We also have a nope emoji. All the emojis that we made for this trial, we're going to get to use them all again. Thank you, Azaran Fish. And thank you, Chastity Danielle, for gifting a membership. I mean, you guys, we have, check this out. We've got 2 Twilight Zone emojis. We've got lies, yeah, from the Thompson twins. We've got that because every time somebody lies, we love to use that emoji. Then we've got nope, and we've got this sigh, the big sigh. Then we've got word salad. We've got the salad emoji for every time Lally opens his mouth and starts with the word salad. And there's some other witnesses who like the word salad too. We have handcuffs because, some people should be going away in handcuffs. We've got the leaf blower, of course. We have a leaf blower in there. And the shovel for every time somebody digs themselves in a hole or tries to dig themselves out of a hole. And we've got the troll emoji for when the trolls are in town. Oh, smooth as butter for Alan Jackson. That's Alan Jackson, smooth as butter. I can't really see that one very well. We are outraged because that's part of the first trial. We are outraged. You should be outraged because everyone should be outraged. Then, of course, the puffy jacket and the solo cup and the what if any and the fan. And wait for us. Wait for us. We have that because they said wait for us. Remember, that was Yannetti who opened last time, right? He said wait for us in his. And then Boss Baby is back. Who can we use Boss Baby for this time? That was from the Robert Tellis trial. He looked like Boss Baby. Oh, we're using it for Hank Brennan because he reminds us of a boss baby. He thinks he's the boss of the whole courtroom. So I'll allow it. We can use boss baby for Hank Brennan. We have so much fun here, you guys. I'm so happy that you're here. Kim, I love Labradors. Thanks for the 20. Says, I literally love learning all of this. It's hard to find info that I don't already know about this case because I'm all in on this. And I learned so much tonight. Thank you both. Thank you so much. Because I really thought that these are the two witnesses that are like a gift to the defense. They were not hired by the defense. These are Commonwealth witnesses. And I think they have so much to give. And you can see by watching Irini Scordi-Bello, she really wants to be asked the right questions. She's afraid of getting fired, but she's not going to lie. And she did not change the cause of death from undetermined to homicide, despite all of the pressure that was put on her. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate you. Jack says her eyes closed, look like she's disappointed with sustained, like she knows the defense is barking up the right tree. And the wet blanket, yes, no answer. Yep. And was she the last witness to testify? I'm just going to look at the list because the trial channel has all of these witnesses in order. So let me just see. I think she was, if I recall correctly, she was the last witness for the Commonwealth, wasn't she? And so we had to wait until the very end of the trial to even know how John O'Keefe died. That was so crazy. I think she was the last witness. Let me just go down the list. Oh my gosh, I can't. Like this trial went on for 10 weeks. She was the last witness, right? Because then the defense opened their case and their first witness was Lucky Loughran. She was the last witness. Took 9 weeks to find out how John O'Keefe died. It was insane. Oh, thank you, Leah, for your $50 super chat. That's amazingly so super generous of you. As a lifelong mortician and raised in the business, this case screams, huh? Not a car accident or pedestrian strike. Some things are just are and then are not. Yep. This is not a pedestrian strike. Her manner of death as unknown speaks for itself. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for pointing out the obvious. So many people out there. I do not wade in the cesspool of Twitter, as you know. Many of you know. Many of you don't either. Most of you don't. My demographic is older, and you guys don't play on Twitter. You're not going there. But the people who want to see Karen Read stoned to death before she hangs in Town Square is being hung. It's like a Handmaid's Tale-esque sort of Salem witch kind of thing that's happening here. They have talking points every week. And their talking points this week are to go after Lucky Loughran for some reason. And it's scary. Scary. Thank you so much, Leah. We're happy to have you here. Chastity says, I screamed about this. What they're discussing is literally what ARCA does. Yep. And in true Bev Jung fashion, she said, no, they're not qualified. Sherry McKay says, how to detail I tear through Officer John O'Keefe's skin without leaving any blood or tissue on the pieces? Great question. Make it make sense. I can't. John O'Keefe did not get hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. They just didn't. Canadian Gooner Lizzie did a good job, but she's not a lessee. It's true. Anthony says, any pictures of blood on the ground or snow? Oh, no. You know what they did, Anthony? Here's what they did. There's one picture of like 5 drops of blood, like literal drops of blood. And you know how they collected them? Oh, well, you know, if you watch AV, solo cups. They went across the street. It was Canton PD first on the scene. They thought they were being real innovative. They didn't have any evidence collection kits because, you know, in the audit of the police department, they didn't have any evidence, even though the police department was a mile away. It was only snowing a little. It was like 2 inches of snow when they found his body. They collected those 5 drops of blood in solo cups that they got from the across the street neighbor who happened to be, wait for it, Tom Kelleher, the deputy chief of police of Canton PD. Those were his guys on the scene. Do you think he came out of his house? Nah. Handed him some solo cups that were probably used in his kid's beer pong game and said, here you go. Put the blood in that. Then they took the solo cups with the blood samples in them. They didn't cover them up or anything. Put them in a used Stop and Shop bag. Folded it up. Put it on the floor of like Proctor's or somebody's truck. I guess it wasn't Proctor because he claims he was never there that day. Because why would the lead investigator go to the scene of a murder same day? No, of course he didn't. And then there's photographs of this Stop and Shop bag with the solo cup blood in it right next to the car, the murder weapon in the Sallyport. You can't even make it up. And then they happen to find DNA on the taillight that belongs to John O'Keefe. Nobody ever tested those blood drops. Nobody knows whose blood they were. They were actually on the blood stains on John O'Keefe's clothing. Some of it was John O'Keefe's blood, and then there were also 2 unknown male contributors to that blood. Make that make sense. Thank you, Anthony, for asking. Sarah Berger has been here for 10 months and is thanking me, but I'm thanking you for being here. And Chastity, love me and my channel. Oh, you're the best. Thank you, Chastity. And then Sarah gives 5 memberships because she's amazing. Cruelty-free chapstick. Oh my gosh, that is the best. That is the best. One day I was talking about chapstick. This is how great my chat is. And like, I'll say things and then they'll change their name. And we were talking about, and I said, oh, I love Nivea because Nivea is great. And then you get the one with the SPF and we're talking about Aquaphor and which one we like. And then somebody in the chat was like, that's not cruelty free. You can't use it. So here we are. Cruelty free chapstick is here. And that's her name. And I'm going to allow it. Thank you for super chat. It says, no one can judge Kanoni. No one can be above the law. You are corrupted by your sense of power and therefore tainted goods. Unbelievable courtroom antics. You should be ashamed. Mel and Kim, keeping it real. Oh, thank you, cruelty-free chapstick, for tuning in from across the pond. You're amazing. And it must be really late for you. Alessi never sleeps. Marissa J says, when you want to pop in and say hi to Melanie from a wedding. Oh my gosh, are you at a wedding? Is it boring? You know what I do? All right, this is terrible. I shouldn't even say it. But when I go to a wedding, and you have to you're writing a check, right, for a wedding because you don't give cash because it could get stolen. I bring a blank check with me. Depending on how great the wedding is how much I write a check for. If I'm having a really good time, the people get a much bigger check. Yeah, that's terrible. I know, but it's true. Do you do that too? Anyone else? Does anybody else do that? Is it just me? Thank you, Kat Randall, for gifting. Kat, you're in here gifting memberships. Everyone's going to be a member by the time this is over. And not Eminem's mom. Dee Mathers became a member. Thank you. And Couch Potatoes or Potato became a member. Welcome, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. And now that you're members, you get to use all these really cool emojis for the trial. So it's going to be so much fun. Brit flips something in the snow. Yeah, there's something in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy. He's unresponsive in the snow. Could you send somebody here quick? That was the 911 call by Jennifer McCabe. But Wahlberg is here. There's a Wahlberg here? You're a Wahlberg? Thank you, Melanie. Wait, is Couch Potato like a real Wahlberg? Marky Mark? If you are, that's super cool. Can you come on my show? What the Duck is here and gifted 5 memberships because you're amazing. Quack, quack, quack became a member. All the duck puns are amazing too because Canton PD did a 36-page police report because a man named Richard Schiffer was charged with witness intimidation for putting little tiny rubber ducks, they're like little tiny ones, around town. And they had stickers on the bottom that said, Colin did it or Colin did it. And some other ones said IYKYK, which stands for if you know, you know. Richard Schiffer was persecuted to the full extent of the law for witness intimidation against Colin Albert. And the police report for that was 36 pages long, which is longer than the police report for a murdered Boston police officer, John O'Keefe. Yes, it's true. It's true. They did a trash pull at his house. They found the makestickers.com envelope that he ordered those stickers from. And I'm going to shout them out every chance I can. So if you need stickers, go to makestickers.com because their owner, Adam, will not release your records without a warrant. In fact, he wanted 2 warrants. The next time they wanted more information on all of Richard Schiffer's sticker purchases, he said, get another warrant. They did trash pulls. They went to his Canton Fence. He owns a company called Canton Fence Company. I'm going to shout them out too. Get your fence there because he took one for the team. They went to Canton Fence Company and they brought a guy with them, the tech guy or the whatever guy, the tech stream data guy from the MSP. And they pulled all of his GPS data right out of his Toyota truck. I think it was a Toyota. They didn't have to break it. They didn't have to pull it out. They stuck something in there and got it on a thumb drive and they left. And they got all his GPS data to see if he was in the area where those little tiny rubber ducks were left. And then a really amazing judge, I forget his name right now, tossed that case right the hell on its ass where it should have been. So God save Richard Schiffer. I don't know if you're here tonight, but we love you, man. Janelle is here. Love you, Melanie. Weren't there pictures of the scene in the independent report? Oh, honey, I don't know. It's 200 something pages. I honestly did not read the whole entire thing. I just cherry picked pieces to show you. But I'll have to go back and look. Nivea is great, says Canadian Gooder. I agree. I'm not a Carmex girl. I find it to be too medicinal and it also stings my lips. I don't like it. And because I'm blue-eyed for some reason, we get like more chapped lips than the rest of the people, apparently. I'm a big fan of the Nivea because it's not sticky. Churistity, love your late for us West Coasters tonight, and so excited. Got gifted membership. What the XOXO super chat? It is. Oh, thank you, Churistity. You're the best. Finally got gifted a membership. That's awesome. Because you're here all the fucking time. Norman says, great live stream. Before you sign off, can you help with the email? Couldn't find it. Wait. Yeah, it's fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Now listen, can't be your pen pal. I can't pick up your kid in California and fly the kid to South America to meet you there, even if you're going to give me 10 acres of land. But I will read all emails. I can't always respond to you, but I will read them. I only have one pen pal, or two, really, three. Little Cupcake, Kindergarten Cop, and Team Brittany. But I do read them all. I do read them all. Thank you to Laura for buying me 5 matcha lattes. Laura Knockcroft, she says, you are you, period. And I admire that so much about you. P.S. I also have 5 children. Aren't we the best? Moms of 5 are the best. Also, moms of twins are very special. I mean, other moms of twins in the chat tonight. Moms of twins are very special. If you know, you know. Oh, Heidi sent me a Grateful Dead video. Aiko from 89. I bet that's really good. I'll watch that later. A lot of people have been sending me this behavior panel video analyzing Jennifer McCabe's testimony. I have not had a chance to watch that yet. And also, a lot of people have sent me Carl Steinbeck's latest video calling out Brennan and the judge. Have not had a chance to watch it yet. And the Goodmans are always here. Also, Allie says she loves us both for the Venmo. Thank you. And Allie is also an ER trauma forensic nurse. Oh, that's amazing, Allie. You guys do the Lord's work. You really do. Sherilyn, thank you so much for your Cash App. And Patricia, thank you so much for your Venmo. Says, enjoy the show tonight. Had problems with Super Chat sticker. You know what? Venmo's better because a lot of people don't know YouTube takes 30% of all Super Chats. And also you have to wait to get paid. It takes like a month and a half to get paid. So Venmo is preferred, and I will always read your question, or Cash App, or whatever you want. Cash App doesn't really doesn't let me send you a personal thank you note. So I like to always send personal thank you notes. Buy Me a Coffee does allow it. Venmo does allow it. And Patricia says, Renee Stonebridge was my hero. She gave 0 Fs what anyone thought. So true. And she's the smartest person, I think, that testified in this entire trial. I mean, she may have a run for her money with Dr. Russell, but we'll see. Yvette, thank you so much. Free Venmo says, love me some Mel L. You're amazing. Thanks for bringing the heat. The truth bombs. First time live, long time follow. Oh, yeah. It's your first live, Yvette. Everyone, tell Yvette, welcome. Welcome to your first live stream. Oh, I'm so sorry you lost your father. I'm so sorry. The only thing that ever comforted me upon the loss of a person I loved was when somebody said to me, and I thought this was great and I stole it and I use it all the time, is that heaven just got a whole lot more awesome. Sometimes there are just no words. I'm so sorry. She said, love from Texas. Let's free our Karen Reeds. Yeah, we got Karen Reeds to free. We're busy, people. We are busy. And we are outraged. And Bethany, thank you for your Cash App so very much. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns before we wrap it from today. Tomorrow, I'm going to be taping a show with Larry, the DUI guy. So watch for that. I don't know how long it takes him to do his editing. If you did not watch the show I did last night with AV to the 7th Power, the link to that is in my community posts. Live, laugh, lorazepam. Oh, you're speaking my language, Piper. No, Piper, no. I'm out of lorazepam. Why do you want to learn Buddhism? Is this easier to pronounce? Haha, is it too late to DNA test the 2 other profiles? Hanky, no. Hanky, no. I love Parker Posey so much. And I loved, the White Lotus is like, you either love it or you hate it. And it's like, you have to realize that the characters are not likable. And once you get over that hump, it was very good. I thought, yes, not that it's too late. It's that the 2 unknown DNA samples were not, I don't know what's the word that they use. They were not good enough to use to test. They were not viable enough. Tennessee and Eddie is here. She's my queen. And she's my queen. And she said, I had to weigh in on the chapstick debate. Bitch Sticks is the best. It has SPF. It's awesome. And it has a great mission. Donates to organizations that support survivors of DV. What? Okay. I got to get it. Where do I get it? Can I get it on Amazon? Oh, somebody got mad at me one time for using Amazon too. I'm like, "Oh, what? I use DoorDash. I use it all because you know what? It's worth it for me not to have to go out because I'm here with you guys. Bitch sticks. Okay, we're all supporting bitch sticks. Maybe I'll just give them a free shout out. They don't even need to sponsor me. Bitch sticks. Thank you, Tanis. Tanis Unetti is our queen. She's the sister of David Unetti, who's our king, King David and Queen Tanis. And what a great family they have, really. Mrs. Unetti, you raised some amazing kids. We love both of them. I don't know if you have any other kids, but these two, top notch. Top notch. Cat's pajamas. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. Is the Commonwealth locked into this theory from Trooper Paul from Trial 1? Yeah, they kind of are. Yes. Can they present more than one theory? No, they can't. They really can't. I mean, because that would be reasonable doubt, right? If they gave more than one theory, then they're not proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So no, they can't do that. I watched a different trial where the prosecution had two theories and the jury was instructed they could believe one or the other. That's wild. I don't know where that was. Where was that? I'm interested to know. Thank you, Cat's Pajamas. Thank you for your Canadian 20. I would say that that in and of itself is reasonable. That is the definition of reasonable doubt. Leah says, for the moms of singles, twins, boys and girls. Nice. Nice. Athena, when do you expect opening arguments? They're supposed to start on Tuesday. Like, if anybody has any information to the contrary, what I know is that it is on the court docket for tomorrow. I keep thinking today's Sunday. Monday, they're going to go back and try and pick some more alternates. They already have 16, 8 women, 8 men, which means they have 4 alternates already. But things keep happening. Like, they keep losing jurors, and I don't really know why. I don't know if people are going home and they're being like, yeah, I was picked to be on this jury, but I really don't want to be on it. Or if they are finding stuff on social media about them. I don't know because we are not privy to what's going on during jury selection because it's all happening at sidebar. So we'll see if they can pick some more tomorrow, Monday, and then openings are supposed to be on Tuesday. Unless they renew their motion for an adjournment until after SCOTUS decides whether or not they're going to take up her case, which was the original date that Alan Jackson asked for after April 25th. I'm not sure actually if Alan made the motion or who made the motion, but she said they could renew. Bitch Stick's motto is don't panic, it's organic. I love that. Oh, I love that. So unless anybody's got any information to the contrary, we're going ahead with this. We're going ahead with the re-persecution of Karen Reed come Tuesday. See you next Tuesday. That's the way it is. And that is the way it is. All right. So tomorrow I'm going to tape with Larry DUI guy, and I'm sure I'm going to be back with you to also probably talk about something else tomorrow because we got a lot of prep to do. We are not ready for this trial. We're ready for it. We want it to happen. Well, thank you, Charity, who says just send me a Venmo for saying just being awesome, for just being awesome. Aw, thanks so much for caring about the world. She says, I don't know, Charity, somebody's got to. Somebody's also got to tell people like how to behave because there are so many people out there who just don't know how to behave properly. We saw it the other night and I rage quit. And I did. I rage quit. I rage quit after the Turk verdict because so many people in the chat were so vile about the way they were talking about Katie McLean, and her children were in the chat, and it was disgusting. Like they were defending hitting women, like it's okay to hit women. Like, it was gross. It was gross, and I rage quit, and I'm not sorry about it. So there's that. But for the most part, we try and do good around here. We try and raise awareness about things that I think are unfair and try and shut me up. They've been trying to shut me up since like the 70s, so it hasn't worked yet. So there's that. Don't be scared for Karen. She's got a great team. I mean, I feel horrible for her and her family that they have to go through this again. I feel horrible that the judge decided that, there's no prejudice because she gets to have a second trial. Okay, well, the prejudice was the first trial because if all those Brady violations were not Brady violations and all that stuff was handed over, perhaps she would have been acquitted and wouldn't be here again. Would not have had to sell her house and liquidate her 401ks, and she wouldn't be $5 million in debt to her attorneys. And now they're all working for free, and all the money from her defense fund is going to experts. So the link to her defense fund is in the show notes. I want to check it just now and see what it's up to. How much they've raised so far. All the money has mostly been spent, from what I've heard, Oh, why is the link not there? Hang on, I gotta find it. I will link it. Let me see. Karen Reed's defense fund is up to $842,840. Most of that, I think, has already been spent, and the world is watching, and every dollar helps. So I'm going to replace the link. I'm going to pin the link right here in the chat, and then I'm also going to pin it below in the show notes. And if you are feeling generous, or if you have an extra couple of bucks, every dollar helps. And experts are expensive. And I tell you that from my own personal litigation experience. Experts are super duper expensive when the judge is going to allow them to testify, you know. So there's that. I would pin it if it would let me. But again, okay, now it's pinned. Now it is pinned. Yeah, even just filing a motion costs money. It all costs money. The filing fee, I found out, for the U.S. Supreme Court is $300, but the printing costs are through the roof. It has to be on special paper with special margins. There's only like a few printers in the entire nation that do Supreme Court printing. And the number of briefs that you have to file, and it's insane. It's insane. Tens of thousands of dollars in printing costs. Tens of thousands, I would bet. And then Tristan says, my real name is Charity. I forgot about that. All right, Charity, we love you. We love you no matter what your name is. We'll allow it. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap this 4-hour and 4-minute stream. Karen Reed's defense fund is pinned in the chat. I'm also going to right now put it in the show notes while I'm thinking about it so I don't forget, because I will forget. And then, all right, it is also in the show notes in case you're watching this on replay. Tell me what you want to talk about tomorrow. What do you want to talk about tomorrow? I'll think of something. I'll think of something good. There's some more other testimony that I think that we probably should talk about. And cruelty-free chapstick is back with another 5. I see a pink moon rising. To all you guys and gals, love you loads. Gotta go. Get some shut eye now. All out. Love and peace, y'all. All right, hang on, because I want to teach you about the pink moon. Tonight is the pink moon. It is a full moon known as the pink moon. And it is also, we're calling the Free Karen Reed moon. So it's very ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. And yeah, I really do think that the pink moon tonight, on the Saturday before the beginning of the re-persecution of Karen Reed, is a pink moon. Don't you? And I came across like 17 Instagram posts today about what the pink moon means, but let me just see if I can find one while we're here. Because now none of them will come up in my feed. All right, tonight is the pink full moon. It says, here's what it says. This is a time to trust yourself and shine brightly like the moon. This full moon invites you not to smooth over discomfort or ignore difficult feelings. Instead, it calls you to embrace authenticity, communicate courageously, and remember that true healing happens through connection, not isolation. I like that. I like it. And that is tonight, April 12th and 13th. One more. Here's the pink moon affirmation, okay? This is the pink full moon in Libra. And here's your affirmation for the pink full moon. Under the radiant pink full moon in Libra, I welcome harmony, love, and balance into my life. I release what no longer aligns with my highest good and open my heart to connection, beauty, and peace. I trust the universe to guide me towards relationships and decisions that reflect my true self. I am grounded in grace, glowing in self-love, and aligned, I think that says, with the rhythm of the cosmos. Pink cosmos, I'll allow it. And tonight is the pink moon rising. And that, my friends, is what I will leave you with. Pink for Karen, Free Karen Reed. Cleopatra says, thank you, Melanie. I just donated to the Free Karen Reed Fund, but I'm so drunk. I'm drunk, so I'll find out tomorrow what I did. That's hilarious. Hold on. I can tell you what you did, because if I refresh it, it might say. Did you say best of luck to Karen? Or are you the anonymous $1,670 donation? Somebody donated anonymously $1,670. Maybe that was you. Cleopatra, well done, girl. Well done. All right, my friends, thank you for coming to hang out with me tonight. It was really, really super fun. There's nobody I'd rather spend a full moon with than you guys, because you know how affected I get by that full moon. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy tonight. This was a long, long, long 4 hours, but it wasn't. It kind of flies by, doesn't it? Somebody said, "Did you have a snack?" I feel bad you haven't had a snack. I don't need a snack. I'm fine. I'm running on good vibes and you guys. So thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy. They have a very, very, very important job here, and I love them with all of my heart, and I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see all of you soon, I'm going to die. Just remember to hit the like button on your way out. It helps the girls. Share out the stream. Let the world know about what's going on with Karen Reed and where they can find out about it. Watch my show from last night with AV. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay calm. Make sure you get your merch. Free Karen Reed, all that good stuff. And I love each and every one of you. I will see you tomorrow, my friends, and peace. I love you to the moon and back.